Good morning, everybody. Tēnā koutou katoa. Welcome to our meeting here scheduled for the 29th of April. Just before we start, I don't want to spend a long time over, but I just want to reflect on the weekend that we had with commemorating Anzac Day, and I know all of you as councillors participated in your communities, and I'm very grateful for that. But it culminated also in the unveiling of this wonderful monument, I guess, in Culverden, and the opening or the reopening of the Soldiers Block in Hanmer Springs. So it really was a wonderful day for those of us in the Hiranui and visitors actually to our district to participate and commemorate an Anzac Day and the commemorations that go with it. So thank you for that, each and every one of you, and with that we will begin our meeting. So we have a very full agenda today, councillors, and I will, because we've got some visitors with us today, so I would normally identify our health and safety matters. Should we need to exit this building, out the door that you entered, and follow the little green man, so you'll exit the door that you came in, or you could use this exit door here, and an assembly point is over by the St John's rooms. Just looking around the room, councillors, I've got no apologies to receive for today, so good to have you all here. And I will start, as we always do, at a Hiranui District Council meeting with our affirmation. Our affirmation reads that we pledge that we will faithfully and impartially use our skills, wisdom and judgment throughout the discussions and deliberations ahead of us today, in order to make responsible and appropriate decisions for the benefit of the Hiranui district at large. We commit individually and as council to the principles of integrity and respect, and to upholding the values that we believe distinguish and enrich our district. Thank you. Councillors, in regard to all items on the agenda today, can I just ask if there are any conflict of interest declarations to be made? The only one I would like to note is that in relation to one of the submitters here this morning, and he's in the room, Marty Black, whilst there is a family connection, I just want to declare I've had no input or dialogue with him in regard to his submission. Thank you. So as normal practice, we are being live streamed and our meeting today is being recorded. Is there any urgent business that I need to receive today before I look at this separately circulated information? So urgent business, councillors? Nothing? Thank you. And just to make certain that you've all received the separately circulated information and had a chance to read through that, which is the draft annual plan or the consultation plan, and a late circulated PE item, which is 8.4. You've all received that, councillors? That's great, thank you. Our first submitter will be speaking at 9:45. So what I intend to do is try and get through some of the minutes from our previous meetings. And so I'll just do our usual page turn before we will break though in a timely manner for 9:45. So just looking at the minutes of the meeting on March the 25th, if I just do a quick page turn, please stop me. If you need to, page 4 and 5, I'm looking for changes there to those minutes, page 6 and 7, 8 and 9, 10, 11. 12, 13, 14. Thank you, Karen.
Yes, on page 15,
Yep.
Just in the last paragraph, around the middle, it says Councillor Armstrong endorsed Councillor Jackson's decision. If we could just change the word from endorsed to respected.
Sure. Yeah,
that was what I actually said.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Thank you. So with that minor amendment, do you all agree that we receive those minutes to true and accurate record? Oh, do I have a mover and a seconder? Sorry, mover, seconder. So we've got Fiona and Pauline. All in agreement that we receive those minutes to true and accurate record, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, those minutes received, thank you. And likewise, if there's any matters arising that don't naturally come into today's agenda, page 4 and 5.
Just on page 5, with the matters arising, I raised about cemeteries bylaw. I noticed in the service requests from, was it Murray Price, about how much it costs for the ashes being turned, $700 odd. And I think we need to look at our charges a bit when it's not that expensive, just to put a 300 mil hole in some ashes.
So what you're talking about actually is fees and charges, not the bylaws.
I'm talking, yeah, but it's matters arising in there, because I
Yeah.
raised that bylaw, but it's just fees and charges.
Okay, well, they're out for consultation at the moment, so yeah, you better follow that through, thank you. 4, 5, thank you.
Just a point of clarification of that. It got raised with me with when there's and get himself lost. Do we have to take do you have to pay to take like metal out of the ashes and that? Like our friends got charged $500 on another TA. You know, they metal parts in the ashes, and there was a fee of $500. Was that? I've never heard of it.
I got, actually, that's way outside
But
my
I-
wheelhouse, so,
But I
yeah,
did wonder if there's a fee charged, is that it could mount up? And that was, they asked, and I said, I had no idea, I've never heard of it.
So, no,
Yeah.
we don't charge a fee for it.
no,
Yeah, that was a fee that was charged and profit.
okay. So let's, matters arising relating to these minutes, and we'll, thank you, but that gives you some encouragement, I guess, around that. Councillor, page 4, 5, 6, 7, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, if I may. Just in regards to matters arising, on page 5, I asked a question in regards to the update on the Maskell's Road ceiling, and the response was that residents were being contacted and that there would be door knocking. I'm just keen to understand the timeline behind that and where we're at with that, please.
Madam Mayor, we're waiting on the tender pricing coming back. Once we've got tender pricing, then we'll go into engagement mode, I suppose, and go and contact people.
Thank you, much appreciated.
But that's all we're needing at this point. Thank you, councillor. Right, now see if we can get up to page 5. Page 5 says page 6 and 7. 8, 9, 11. I just want to follow through on the LGNZ. There was some discussion around the subscription costs. I've spoken with Mayor Dan Gordon, who is our representative on the National Council, because I'm 5, and LGNZ have cut their cloth accordingly. They haven't filled some roles. Further cuts, in their opinion, National Council I'm talking, may jeopardise some of the outcome, but Dan Gordon, Mayor Dan Gordon is happy to attend one of our meetings and speak to you all to answer those questions. So if there's a willingness for that to happen, I'll get Graham to organise that maybe for the presentations meeting. Yeah.
Further to that, Madam Mayor, I think the question was answered by email on the cost to just can't pluck it out of my head at the moment, but that was followed up.
Yeah.
Thank you.
So we'll ask Dan to come along, and then you're getting a direct line into National Council. So thank you. Page 12 and 13. Thank you, 14, 15. No further matters arising to those. So we've got another couple of minutes. If I can get through the council meeting, which was on the 1st of April. Just do our usual page turn, just looking for accuracy to those minutes, page 16 and 17, 18, 19, 21, and page 22. No matters of accuracy. Someone like to move then that we receive those minutes as true and accurate? Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Ross. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Are there any matters arising from those minutes? I think we'll pick up the draft annual plan on today's agenda. So happy to move on, councillors. Thank you. And our third set of minutes for today, we will get these done before 9:45. And these are the minutes that in relation to the temporary road closure subcommittee. So I'll be seeking councillor Brereton and councillor Daly to consider the accuracy for these. So page 23, 24 and 25 for the temporary road closure subcommittee on Tuesday the 8th. Robbie or Vince, do you note any matters of accuracy in either of those minutes? Happy to move. Happy to second, Vince, that we receive them as true and accurate.
Yeah.
All in agreement, so please say aye. Thank you. And I think that event has not taken place yet, so that's 1st of June. So we can move on. So just probably what we can probably just skip through the known forward work program at councillors. That's in your agenda on page 26. The mayoral diary is for your information on page 27 and 28. And we have the status of the working group, which still needs, that's a bit of a work in progress, as you're all aware of. So if there's no questions to any of those items, can I just get a move in a second that we've received that information? Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Karen. All in agreement that we receive those papers, please say aye. Aye. Thanks. That's carried. Perfect timing. Thank you very much, councillors. And it is, we're just a wee bit ahead of time, but have I got Gordon Lee in the room?
Yeah.
Thank you. Welcome to the table, Gordon. Come and sit. So, councillors, we have Mr. Lee's submission in front of you on page 35. Thank you. Our normal convention for receiving submissions, and it'll be good for everybody here, we offer 10 minutes. Our advisor will record that 10-minute, and there'll be a buzzer, and that will give you a time to wrap up.
Oh, we're well gone before any blossom.
Yeah, thank you. But councillors, at the end of your presentation, councillors are invited to ask questions of clarification. This is not about the debating the issue, it's just clarifying your thoughts on what we read in your submission. So I think we're in a timely manner, so I'm happy if you're willing to present.
Simply, I affirm that I support I don't support I support staying as we are, not support setting up a separate water control body. It seems from reading the documents that it looks like the council has got overexcited by Three Waters and thought that you were going to divest yourselves of any water cost, and have spent large on Three Waters, got to your debt ceiling, and now think this is a clever way of incurring more debt, and I don't think it is. So in my opinion, we should stick with council owning the water. I don't see any synergy with Kaikoura. It's not like Waimak where we could share a reservoir. There's no synergy with Kaikoura. I think if it was roading, I could see a synergy with Kaikoura, but water, there's no synergy. Setting up a separate water resource to me has, apart from expanding your debt ceiling, it has no feasible benefit. So I am opposed to it. Would you like to ask me any questions?
Yeah, like I'm sure that councillors have come prepared and well read, Mr. Lee. So that's well, if you've completed your submission, we have it in front of the full submission. And so if councillors have got a question to clarify your presentation, I'm happy to receive those now. So questions?
Excellent.
That must mean that you've given us
I should
good
get on with
clarity,
that.
of course. Thank you very much for
Thank
coming
you.
along. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, Mr. Barry Dunn, you're in the room as well. So if you're happy to come forward, I know we're running a wee bit early, but
Oh, look, you can be all going to lunch by 11 o'clock. Great.
I'm not sure about that because we've got a full agenda outside of this, but
That's 5 minutes extra for a class one, eh?
Yeah. You happy that we call you Barry?
Absolutely, no problem.
Okay, welcome Barry, you heard the convention that we apply for our council. Councillors have got in front of them your submission and we're happy to enable you to provide your 10 minutes of presentation and then we'll see if there's any questions for you. Thank you.
Thanks for the opportunity to this submission. I'm going to primarily address council debt and also raise concerns about the lack of clarity that you've got in your proposed new CCO. In your option paper, you state your preferred option for the joint CCO will transfer council debt to a new entity, thus allowing HDC to borrow more for local services without exceeding the debt limit. Now, from your annual reports, HDC have increased the debt from 38 million in 2021 to 67 million in 23-24, and this is on top of 45% rate increases. It would appear you have a poor record of debt management. Indeed, if a normal ratepayer were to double its debt in 4 years, it would be looking to rein in spending, not borrow more. Your preferred option to fix this seems to be to move some of the debt elsewhere to enable you to borrow even more, whilst also allowing the new entity you have a half share in to borrow up to 500% of its operational income. Councillors, this is not fiscally prudent. You are looking to decrease a portion of debt in one area whilst greatly increasing it in another. In addition, your consultant's graph on page 9, top right of the consultation document, shows debt peaking for option 2 at 28-29. Then it actually shows it fall towards 33-34. Therefore, the period of risk of exceeding your debt seems to be quite small and decreasing and could be mitigated with forward planning. However, in your consultant paper for the CCO, it shows debt climbing through the whole 8-year period, exceeding what looks to be a debt limit around about 32-33, and then still trending upwards outside of the 8 years of consideration. I say to you, you will own 50% of the new entity, and you will own 50% of that debt if you breach it. I would also like to talk about governance, because governance has not been mentioned very much in the consultation document. If you create a CCO, it will mean regional governance, layers, boards, rules, regulations, particularly to avoid cross-subsidization, and also if Kaikoura were to start to build competing hot pools. My experience within local government tells me that whenever these committees, rules, regulations, CCOs are set up, they invariably become more complex than originally perceived, and cost and complexity will increase as you try and find out more about this. One of the other points is you state in your disadvantages for number 2, that's option 2, and I'll quote, because the council would have direct control of water operations in the event of a breach of the new economic regulations, there is a risk of legal liability. But again, from your consultant's graph, talking about the CCO, it looks like you hit that round about year 6. And I see no plan of governance regarding legal liability for an entity that you have 50% share in. So, in summary, option 1 means more debt increasing and no clear plan for any governance of that debt. This can be avoided by keeping the water services in-house with option 2 and using your already established and robust oversight, governance and expertise to run the water services operating within the fiscal limits provided. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you very much for that well-articulated presentation. I'll just see if there are questions from the councillors to clarify your position around the room, councillors. Can I just ask a question around, you used the word complexity, which might get, can you define that, what that complexity might be in your mind?
In my mind, we are going to develop liabilities within a joint CCO, and there has been no information in that consultation document that shows how those will be worked out, what the structure of the board is, what the roles of the board will be. There's nothing there. So it's difficult to say, oh, that's a better option, because we simply have no information. At least if we stay in-house, then we manage to keep the controls that we already have. I think it was somebody else who said, you know, let's keep it in-house until we get our house in order. Does that answer your question?
I guess it goes some way, and I'm happy with that. Thank you. Does that trigger any other questions for councillors? Well, thank you very much indeed. Again, another well articulated submission, so thank you very much. We're now looking at the submission from Marty Black, which is on page 34, councillors. Thank you, Marty. Come to the table.
Thank you, and good morning, councillors, and thank you for the opportunity to speak to council. Just a little bit of background. I wasn't going to actually appear, but I thought this matter is so important that we get it right. Is the reason I'm here today, really doubling up what I've already said in my earlier submissions. Just a wee bit of background. I've spent 40 years or close to 40 years in Queenstown, most of those time as harbourmaster, working in local government. And 6 years ago, we bought a property at 10 Lewis Crescent down at the Hurinuri Rivermouth Village, and got a magnificent garden. And the key thing to the whole area is water, and we want to be self-sufficient. The water service we've received from council is just outstanding. It couldn't be better. So compliments to all the team in the area. They've certainly done an outstanding job, and the supply is really reliable. So I think we get a whole unit a day or something or thereabouts. So we use a significant amount of water, and we're hoping to be self-sufficient, not only with the garden, but we've also got solar too. Looking at what I said, I was disappointed at the hearing that we had in Cheviot that there was only very few submitters. There was only 3 or 4, and despite council doing a really good document, I thought that explained how things were going to go. There was very little support. Consequently, from that, I went on social media and Facebook or whatever, and I think I only got 15 or 20 hits, which is amazing considering how important this is to get it right. In my view, the only way to go is option 1, mainly because it gives us some future proof, if you like, if we get a change of government. We're better to go with Kaikoura because it gives us more strength in the future rather than standing alone. And that is really important. That's a key thing, in my opinion. But other than that, thank you for the opportunity, and just as per my submission, I'm really just doubling up, but I wanted to appear and just stress how important I thought it was. And it's disappointing there's not more feedback on maybe people around. I don't know. But anyway, thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. And as previous submitters, we've got the full suite of your submission in front of us, and councillors will have read that. But I just want to check in to see whether there is any questions to clarify in the minds of councillors. So if you're happy to receive those questions now, that'd be great. Thank you, Vanessa.
Through the chair. Good morning. Thank you for your submission. You mentioned in your we believe that pairing with Kaikoura is going to give us more strength. Can you be a little bit more explicit on what the strengths are?
Unfortunately, if you look back at how the Three Waters was progressing originally, created one animal, and there was no power with local authorities at all on that big animal of one organisation running the whole country for supplies. I believe it's just seems to my mind it's more logic to have a partnership with Kaikoura. Just gives you more strength, and just if you're on your own, well, nothing's wrong with the existing water supply. It's not broken, so it doesn't really need fixing. But if you've got a partnership with someone like Kaikoura that's just up the road, sharing staff, some equipment and so on, I just feel it future-proofs. Does that sort of help?
So in other words, any future legislative changes that we might be facing, we've got more power in numbers.
Well, I believe so.
Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can I just want to clarify something, if I may, Marty. You talked about the meeting in Cheviot and used the words very little support. I guess what I just want to clarify, did you actually mean attendance at that meeting? That there wasn't many people attended? Yeah, okay, I just wanted to clarify that, and as opposed to support or not supporting the the policy direction. It's actually the attendance at that meeting. I think that's what you're referring to. Yeah, okay, thank you. Any other questions from councillors? Well done. Thank you very much indeed. I'm going to check in with Paula to see if she would like to come forward. Paula is actually scheduled for 2:30 this afternoon for your submission. And because we're running slightly ahead of time, I'm wondering, Paula, whether you would be happy to.
I'm happy to do so, but those who are ahead of me can go first. If they wish.
I think, have we got Judith? No, I think we'll. Yeah, but I think Louise, you're scheduled, so I'll take you after. I'm just trying to fill a space, that's all. So yeah, thank you, Paula. Come to the room. And councillors, I forgot to tell you in my opening address, I do apologise that we have two deputations that weren't in your agenda at 2 o'clock and 2:15. One is Mr. John Reyes and second is Mr. Jack Chisnell. So my apologies, councillors, just give me a heads up on that. No, they're not. Sorry, they're on Eastern Reserve. Is my expectation. I haven't been given that information, but not local water done well, just to be clear. Thank you. So let me just come down. So Paula's submission is on page 34 and on your agenda pack, or you're probably looking at the full submission from Paula. Yeah. If you're ready to go, Paula, you know the convention, so 10 minutes and 5, and we'll see where we get to. But thanks for coming along so early and being.
That's okay.
Thank you.
So thank you for the opportunity to speak. As you know, I pop up every now and then, but just for a bit of background, we've been property owners in this area since 1968. I've been living in Te Kaura Estate for the last 7 years, and I have family ties in Dalkean, Amberley, Waikari, and a trust property at Amberley Beach. I oppose the preferred option. I have been involved with water for quite some time. I grew up on the hydro schemes and saw what can be done wisely with water. And I stood up and put money into the fight in Belfast when the rights from the freezing works there were being taken for drinking water to be bottled and taken overseas. So I'm quite passionate about water and what it does in our environment. I don't see any synergy in combining with Kaikoura. I think we're already well positioned where we stand. I know there's work coming up for the sewage treatment scheme for Amberley, and we will continue to do other things to improve drinking water around the town. I don't think much was covered off on stormwater in the review that's been undertaken by your consultant. However, what I do foresee and believe will happen is there will be local government review, and I actually foresee that a lot of councils in New Zealand will be combined. We've become too many groups independently replicating, and I think we will see some bold, hopefully, decisions in the short term to combine some of those councils anyway. I don't see the logic of us going with Kaikoura. If you have a look at the map and the aspects and look at the experience of what happened with the roads during the earthquake sequences, Kaikoura will not be easy if anything happens again for servicing water. They do, however, have a port. We do not. They will be better aligned with somebody who could have port access as well to have the transport of goods and things needed to get their water going, as was proven in the events that happened. I don't see that there is bulk savings by combining with Kaikoura. There is only true bulk savings when central government is involved and there is scale. When we were involved in the hydro schemes, the negotiating power of the Ministry of Works became very apparent, and that was just revisited again with what happened down at Wheels on Wanaka when they talked about how world-leading things happened with parts being available on the project but only charged the project if they were actually used, and some really out-of-the-box stuff. And I think that that's what we will see happen with water done well, that the government will step in and do those big purchases in bulk. So any savings that we may have put through the consultation document, I don't really see falling into place. If we had to combine, it was more logical to combine with the Waimak. They chose not to go with us, despite already an existing water scheme. The natural barrier, if we again look at the demographic of it, is with them and waterways that are close by. We have no common water sources with the Kaikoura. I've been having a look and keeping an eye on what all the other councils are doing. It's very interesting because some of them are not as far in their processes or they're further along. Some are looking to combine and they're very much in mass little groups, but every now and then there's one that's standing out and circled by others. So it's been very interesting. They're looking to join Gore, Clutha, Central Otago and Waitaki. They're looking to do Wellington Regional, Porua, Hutt and Upper Hutt, but maybe not Wellington City because of what state they're in. New Plymouth, Stratford, South Taranaki Pros joining, but also investigating status quo. Thames Coromandel prepares to pull with Tauraki, Hamilton, Tauranga, the Waikato Diction option is on hold. It's very mixed, but you start to understand the scale of how many councils we've got and how complex this is. And this process almost seems to be too early to me. We need to wait for the local government review and the clearer definition of what central government should be doing and what local government will be doing. And I think we're seeing that halt in process already around roading, whereas we thought we would be doing things and now it's coming back in under central government. And I think a lot of water will do that. I also oppose Kaikoura, not only on their geology and the topography, but on the rate of database rate. The number of exemptions are unknown. There is a lot of Maori owned land and there is a lot of Maori business. They do not pay rates, they do not pay tax. So we have a different rate take. And I don't think we've done a true comparison A and B with the ratio of number of people between the two and what the income streams would be. We all know we're going to pay more in the way of water rates on top of what we pay with rating by clever accounting and moving out of one box into another. And I did have a typo. I should have had 175 and I think I had 280. For some reason I popped the wrong figure in there. What we're virtually doing is taking an asset and moving it into another silo and then thinking we can still borrow and top up to the 175. How can we when the amount of assets we have under HDC would be less? Who's going to borrow when we've got less assets? And the bottom line of all of this is we're actually backed up by the ratepayers. So every one of us is individually responsible for each property we have for the debt that the council is incurring. So as the debt blows out up to closer to 500, we now have 500 over here for our water rates and still 175 over here. The maths just does not stack up. It is still the number of ratepayers, still the same number of residents, still the same people paying. So technically what we're doing is increasing an unregistered mortgage, but because your title is issued by your local authority against each individual ratepayer. There's got to be a pause in all of this that's going on. We would not allow a personal property owner to rack up that type of debt, yet we're letting an authority in the form of two different areas between a rating database here and a water system here incur that debt. So I don't think the model is right yet. And I think a lot of the feedback, and I applaud the fact that you went and asked why was the model not allowing locals, either elected or employed, to be on those boards if they went in effect. It seemed illogical not to. There's no way we have this pool of experience for 5 directors for all these different councils when you start looking at, I think it's 32 councils in New Zealand, is that right?
67.
67. I was trying to work out how on earth that actually is, that's the model that needs looking at more than the water first. So that's my presentation. I oppose combining with Kaikoura. I don't see it as logical. It's a win potentially for them, not for us. We already combine and help them with some IT skills and maybe some other things. If it ends up under a government review, we are put with Kaikoura, for example, or we are combined with Waimak, then we start talking combining with water. At the moment we stand alone with our expertise and what we've already done well and continue to do well. Thank you. I'm open to questions.
Yeah, thanks, Paula, for that thoughtful and considerate submission. And as always, there may be some questions on the minds of councillors as well. So if you're happy to receive those now, that'd be great. Councillors, has there been anything that you've heard or read that you would like to clarify from Paula's submission? Okay. I mean, I think you raised a lot of issues, the, local government reform, there are a lot of things, a lot of moving parts. We're acutely aware of that as well, Paula. And, this is the policy direction of the government that we are charged with the responsibility of managing.
Yeah.
The local government review and some of the issues that around that funding and financing, there's a whole lot of triggers. That's something that we're working separately on, I guess, but we've heard that, and I think there is no further questions from councillors, so thank you very much for
And
coming
can I just
early.
conclude on the attendance thing? I thank the council for providing the workshop and stuff. I'm very disappointed that our local ratepayers and residents didn't attend. I think the total of 53 is quite low, even in submissions on here, whereas the number of people attending also, it's quite embarrassing that people don't want to be involved with something as major as water. It's critical. It's a life force, and to just be dismissive and not be involved is very sad. Thank you.
We always do our best to engage
I
in the most
know.
appropriate manner, and that's something we're acutely aware of, giving the voice to people. Thank you. I'm just conscious that Judith's not with us, and we are running a little bit ahead of time. So I'm just wondering, Louise, would you be happy to present your schedule for 11 AM? But if you're happy to come forward now, that'd be great. So on page 37 of your agenda, you will see Louise Webb's submission, and we've got a full submission that we will have read beforehand, but you've heard the usual convention, so 10 minutes, and Graham will have the buzzer going, and then we'll see if there's any questions from you and your thoughts. So thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors and executive. I'd really like to thank you all for the significant work that's been put into the Inform the Local Water's Done Well consultation, and outlining the two potential options for water delivery. It would have been an unenviable task, I'm sure. My preferred option is option 1, the Joint Water Services Council controlled organisation. And largely, I agree with the points as raised as advantages for the council controlled organisation. I'm happy to come back to that point after my submission, if that's what you would like to discuss. But my submission primarily is around 2 further points that I think are essential to underwrite the success of the first option. And that is around the establishment of the WISCO board, and previous submitters have alluded to this as well. The consultation proposes that the WISCO board be appointed by both councils with independent directors. I'd like to propose consideration around that Huronui District Council appoints the majority of WISCO directors, and that as well as being independent directors, the Huronui District Council appointed directors are representative of the Huronui District Council, so strengthening the reporting line of the independent director to the council. And inherently, by default, it's ratepayer base. So I think there would be many more people than I that are qualified in the matter of directorships, but that's kind of how I think the ratepayer could be further supported. And as the Huronui District Council would be the largest shareholder in the WISCO, I think it's actually appropriate that its interests are protected at director level. The second point is around transfer to the WISCO of the council's water services debt. And previous submitters have alluded to the risk around that. I agree, the consultation paper does not canvass the position which would apply in the event of the WISCO default for current and future WISCO debt. And I think it's really important to clarify to the ratepayer what the risks around that are. In any event, I would propose the Huronui ratepayers via the Huronui District Council meetings have direct visibility in real time of financial and operational reporting by the WISCO via the HDC appointed independent directors. In other words, the access of the Huronui ratepayer to all council meetings is protected, that we already have that, and the visibility of the WISCO directors to present their reporting in full visibility, I think is will be seen as transparent by the ratepayer. And then my final point was read the potential for Hurunui District Council to take advantage of future opportunities for working with others. And I think it's a wonderful thing that we are a small council. We represent a wonderful rural and / commercial ratepayer base. But the reality is we are a very large district with a very small ratepayer base. So I would propose Hurunui District Council seeks to have a broader agreement with Kaikoura, specifically, covering other areas where Hurunui District Council could bring a benefit to the ratepayers in our region. Given the stated disadvantage of fewer council services to share other organisation-wide costs, then I think it makes sense to be having wider discussions with Kaikoura on shared services between the two councils, of which collaboration on water is one aspect. And there are some controls and mechanisms over other aspects. But this is just collaboration on water, maybe one aspect. Economic opportunities such as tourism are another example where a shared working relationship would be advantageous to both in terms of attracting investment. So my preferred option is option 1, and I've given you 3 qualifying points that I think would be essential for our ratepayers here in the Hurunui to understand further. That's my submission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Louise. We've covered a broad suite of information there, but I'll just check in with councillors to see if there are any questions. So, any questions down the side? No questions? Thank you, Pauline.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, through the chair. Thank you for that submission. Just a question of clarity from me. You spoke a bit about the potential for HDC to take advantage of opportunities to work with others, and that discussion around, potentially other shared services with Kaikoura. Do you see that being specifically Kaikoura, or do you see, are you suggesting perhaps at some point in time that we look wider to other councils, perhaps not necessarily on our boundaries?
Well, I think relationships will inevitably come forward as we work through, as at the mayoral forum, there are lots of different avenues via which collaboration with others will come to the fore. So I don't think we would exclude ever not considering working with others other than Kaikoura, but I do think that this particular opportunity gives us a seriousness and a commitment level that might open up discussion on other areas. And I do personally, it's my personal opinion, we are a rural / commercial area that, as I said before, and the nature of being a rural area will never leave us. We've got huge masses of beautiful countryside that are as much part of our culture and as anything else. And I think Kaikoura has a similar, different, but it's a similar kind of mindset. So inevitably that is going to lead to similar ways of approaching issues and considerations.
Thanks for that, Louise.
Thank you for that very broad explanation from the question. So any further questions, councillors? Well done. Thank you very much indeed. We really appreciate your insights, and it's given all submitters actually this morning have given us some insights speaking to their submissions. So we now need to wait. Councillor, we have our final submitter this morning is scheduled for 10:45, so I'm assuming that she will arrive at that time. So I propose that we continue with our agenda items for today, and then we can come back to hear that submission. So you're more than welcome to stay. This is a public meeting, so whatever suits you for the day, but of course today was about just hearing those that wanted to speak to their submission, and we would be deliberating on the 13th. So thank you very much indeed.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good night. Right, just let me find my pages, councillors. So councillors, are you ready? I'll take you back to page 30, which is the paper around submissions on options for the future delivery of water services, local water done well. Hamish or Claire, are you going to take this? Where's Claire? Oh, she's here. She was here a minute ago, but.
I'll speak with you.
Okay, that's great, thank you. I mean, we're all mindful of the process, so, yeah, happy to receive your information, thank you.
So, and this paper is just the background to the submissions. We've heard from 5 of the 6 submitters who wish to be heard. There were 53 submissions overall. And that full set of submissions will be shared to the council well before the meeting of 13th of May, so you've got that full set of submissions if you haven't got them already.
Have councillors received the full set? Yes, so I think everybody's got that. Yeah, thank you.
So that is pretty much it, actually. It was just a background for the submissions. The 6 that we've heard from today, you'll be able to take that into account when you look at the submissions in total on 13th of May. And you will have heard, no doubt, from well, so I will leave it there.
Okay, thanks, Hamish. I think we're aware of the paper, so have a good question. Thank you.
Chair, Hamish, on page 31, it states that there were 5 submitters that did not select either option.
Yep.
Were those the 5 that were later confirmed by telephone conversations? They
So-
confirmed their option?
So I can't actually answer that. I'm sorry, I'll have to go and check with Claire whether they are the 5. There were a number of telephone conversations.
Yes.
Calls
They've been
made
highlighted here, so I just,
to submitters to
okay.
get some clarification.
I think that's probably accurate because it didn't.
Yeah, but they
Yeah.
didn't actually subsequently, I don't think they actually subsequently selected one or the other.
Selected one or
They
the other, okay.
Had a view that they wanted to put down without actually choosing one option or the other. So I don't think anything actually changed, but I think
Yeah, okay. My apologies for the side talk. I just want to check late submissions, but we'll, the councillors, if we have received any late, they will be received on the 13th. Okay, so we'll have a motion in that regard on the 13th.
I was just going to ask that question if we needed to receive them today.
No, okay, so that will come on your agenda pack on the 13th of May. Does that answer your question, Vanessa? You happy with that?
Yes, thank you.
Awesome, thank you. I think this, yeah.
Yes, just referring to the kind of pack of 106 pages of providing all of the submissions you've mentioned there, Hamish. I went through them last night and I found 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 people that said they might want to submit. And I think they're all been on our list except for page 12, and that separately circulated set where Murray Cooper has said in his they wish to have a say in submissions if needed. And I wondered if he'd been invited to submit because it sounded like he was open to it.
everybody that ticked the yes box was followed up to see whether they did want to appear.
Yeah, so it wasn't, he didn't fill in one of those and tick that, he just did a written one.
Yeah, and I think this is the Murray Cooper.
Yes.
Yeah, it lives in Harding, each Cheviot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's exactly that. I just thought by matching them all from what we've heard today, I thought we caught everybody else except that person, and I just wanted to check that perhaps officers have been in touch to see if we did want to submit. That was all. Just to for completeness, I thought I'd raise that.
Or to speak, you mean, not to submit. Yeah.
He said we also wish to have a say, which I took that to be perhaps verbal as well.
Right, okay.
Yeah, I think there's multiple ways of reading that. I mean, he did not tick the box to say he wished to submit as such.
Yep. And actually just reading.
Wish to be heard, sorry.
Yeah, just reading through his submission on page 12, if you want to review that, councillors. He's pretty pretty clear on his submission.
His stance is
Yeah,
clear.
his position is clear, yeah. So are you happy with that, councillors? I mean, it's great that you've identified and well done for going through it all last year.
We don't have that information you're talking about.
It's,
This
it
was
was
sent-
sent via email.
Yeah,
No,
We were, it wasn't for consideration
Yeah.
today though, but so you may not have got to it.
I'm not emailing them.
Yeah.
okay, I think, can we find out when it went to councillors? Someone can we
Yes, 24th of April, all councillors, exec team and comms and Claire.
So it's not imperative that you've got this full suite of information today. It's imperative that you've read all this information and come with your thoughts and prepared.
So when do we actually get that to read it?
You should have received it on the 24th. Is that when it came? Sorry, Pauline.
Yes.
And I want it in hard copy, thanks,
Okay, well, that's fine. We can organise it.
because I haven't read it here.
Okay, well,
Yes, Madam Mayor, the intention is to provide this hard copy.
Yeah.
As part of the agenda for the 13th, but it's
Yeah.
just been emailed to councillors at this stage.
yeah, okay. We all clear on that? So you will get a hard copy if that's your preferred option ahead of the 13th. But it has been sent via email to you, or, I mean, I only received this morning as well, so, yeah, okay? You all clear? Thank you. So we've heard from Hamish, we understand the purpose of this paper. We will be deliberating with the whole suite of information on the 13th. And today our role is to receive that information and hear from the submitters that we've heard from with one to come. So if that's clear in the minds of councillors, I'm happy for someone to move that we receive that information. Thank you, Dave. Do I have a seconder today? Thank you, Tom. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that's carried. Just bearing in mind, we've got one more to receive. Thank you. And we'll do that at 10:45, perhaps when we come back from morning tea. Thank you, councillors. Our next item is on page 40. Now, I'm intending to break at 10:30, so I think if we can maybe make a start on this, Jason, and see where we get to, we might need to pause this paper. Yeah, I wondered about that. Yeah, maybe. Keep handing them out, Jason. I'll just have a change, please. Thank you. So, do you think we can get page 51 through before morning tea, councillors? Okay, and that gives us a much cleaner time to work through the draft annual plan. So councillors, if you've got, and sorry Jason for that, page 51 on your council agenda, you've got the extraordinary councillor vacancy. Judith, are you going to speak to this, or who's speaking to this? You,
Sorry, Madam Mayor.
somebody is?
I can speak to this, sorry, I
Yeah.
missed that as we're handing out things there.
Yeah, sorry.
Yes, Madam Mayor, my colleague Evelyn wrote this report, but I'm happy to speak to it.
Thank you.
So it's just a procedural matter for the council. Of course, Councillor Jackson has resigned as of the 14th of April. So the council just has to go through a process. There's a couple of things that has to go through. Because it's less than 12 months until the next council election, the council has two options. They can choose to leave the councillor vacancy in the council position as a vacancy, or they can choose to appoint someone from the community to that position. Our recommendation is to leave it as a vacancy because the appointment process will require further work, and by the time you actually appoint someone, there may only be a few months left of the election. There'll be an induction process, etc. And it's generally councils in this position around the country have left the position vacant rather than doing an appointment. There is one or two examples around the country of someone making an appointment from the community, but it's a very specific thing that they've done for a particular reason, right? There's a particular bit of work they're working on, and West Coast Regional Council, I think, have this appointed someone with specific knowledge around the big project they're working on. But the council would have to be quite clear in its intentions around appointing someone in a very robust process to do that. So as I say, the convention is to leave it vacant, and that's certainly our recommendation, because it would require a bit of work and the time. I'm not sure what we're doing. The remuneration aspect of that is that if the position is left vacant, then the remuneration of that council is split amongst the remaining councillors. That's set down by the remuneration authority, so there's no options there. It's just the way it is. If the council does appoint someone from the community, then of course they pay the salary that would have been paid to the councillors. So that's the first part of the recommendation. The report. The second part is Councillor Jackson, of course, held positions on committees. So everyone was listed the committees that he was on and the remaining meetings for the training, and so that council can decide whether or not to make further appointments to those roles. But I understand that you've had discussion with the councillors about that and may have a recommendation on that. So I think that's probably all I need to discuss, but I'm happy to take questions, Madam Mayor.
Thank you for the clarity. Is there any questions in Graham's paper? I think it's been spelled out quite clearly.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, I think I understand it. The last point I felt quite a little uneasy about was around the allocation of the whatever, but I want to clarify that the council, we're not making that decision, because otherwise we're almost interest. I sort of thought we're making a recommendation to the remuneration authority, who they make the decision. Is that how I'm reading it?
That's one of those awkward
Yeah,
things.
Yes, Madam Mayor. It is a result of the council decision. The remuneration is split. So if you were to appoint someone from the community, that person would be paid the salary. But if you choose to leave it vacant, the effect of that is for all the councils, not including the mayor, for that salary to be distributed to them. So that is that's not a council decision. That is a result of your decision to not appoint someone, or to leave it as a vacancy. So you could argue that it is part of your decision, because that's what will happen if you leave it vacant.
So it doesn't conflict any of this, but
it's one of those
arguing over the will, if you like.
It's one of those awkward matters that arise at the first meeting of a new triennium, where determination of remuneration, the pie is given this big from the remuneration authority. How we cut that up for councillors' remuneration is a decision at this table, but we can't step away from that. We just have to allocate that governance remuneration. Does that
yes,
clear?
and of course that also applies to when you're appointing chairs, because of course chairs of committees are paid a higher salary as well. So all councillors participate in those discussions.
Yeah, although we don't. We're not typically at this council where chairs aren't receiving an increase in remuneration. Currently, we have done in the past, but I don't think that's a current practice. I'm pretty sure that's correct. Is that correct, Jason? The remuneration pool collectively, notwithstanding the paper we've got in front of us, the remuneration is just divided equally amongst elected members, as opposed to in the past where we've had the chairs have received an additional rem. Previous training.
I'm assuming so. There is going to be a timing issue with the last point there, because we won't be able to get a determination out of the remuneration authority until July. So there will be an element of backdating of that the splitting up of the salary. Because there is timings in which to put an adjustment to any remuneration allocation had to be in before the end of March, and obviously this resignation is in the middle of April. So
okay. All right, are we clear? We can't step away from this. This just is a procedural matter that will happen. if we determine the first two considerations. So if there's questions, clarity?
Graham, so can you just briefly remind me again what the process would be if we were to want to allocate one of us, argument's sake, to replace Councillor Jackson on the Hemner Springs Management Committee?
Through you, Madam Mayor, that would just be a process of what the council would, have to agree to appoint someone. So it'd be a motion to appoint another member to replace Councillor Jackson on that committee.
So fairly easy process.
Yes, it's just like just like any appointments to any committees which we normally go through at the start of the triennium or any time you change your governance arrangements.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, I had a conversation with all councillors prior to this paper and considered that if we chose not to appoint to either of those committees and or the road safety committee, that all councillors are invited and can participate in attending those meetings anyway. And should you have a natural interest in the next two meetings before the end of the triennium, you would be invited. Of course, you wouldn't naturally have speaking rights, but I would assume you would be granted speaking rights, but you wouldn't have voting rights in that matter. But I thought I had shared understanding that that was an appropriate way forward. But if there's something different to that, yeah.
Could I, through the chair, I would like to propose, we still have 3 meetings left of the Hemner Springs Management Committee meetings. I would like to propose that we entertain the option of one of us around the table showing interest in replacing Councillor Jackson's position.
Okay, councillors, I'm in your hands. Do you have an opinion around that?
Yeah, thank you. Through the chair, look, it's my feeling in regards to all 4 of the committees, and by that I'm referring to the Audit and Risk Committee, the Hemner Springs Pools and Spa Management Committee, the and the Southwood Committee. Road safety, I believe, is a little bit different because we need to appoint a chairperson. I'm in agreement actually that we're so close to the end of the triennium that to appoint somebody for 2 to 3 meetings, given that we have the ability to attend, if we have interest, I wouldn't support doing that at this point in time. The induction that would be required for any of those roles for people to be completely up to speed, I think, would negate the position.
I think it's really important that we all understand, as we have had in the past, that any councillor can and should attend those meetings if they have a natural interest. So, but I'm in your hands, councillors. I'm just going to perhaps break this down. And so I would like to perhaps get a resolution around the first bullet point. So just let you sit on that information for a minute. That you determine the vacancy created by the resignated South Ward is not to be filled. Can I get an understanding from councillors and someone willing to move in that regard, that recommendation?
I'm willing to move, yes.
Thank you. Do I have a second for that? Thank you, Robbie. So the motion is that Kurunui District Council determines that vacancy created by the resignation of South Ward councillor is not to be filled. All clear on that? All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That's carried. Thank you.
Excuse me, can I just ask clarification on that? So number 1 is we are agreeing that we will not be replacing that position as South Ward councillor as a standalone position, not as a South Ward councillor in representation on the following committees. One way of complicating it.
I think what we've just considered here is the councillor position.
Right, but not that position in the capacity of representation on the following 4 committees.
No.
Okay,
no.
thank you.
So we're not, what we voted on, in my mind, just for clarity, is that we are choosing not to go through the process to appoint or go through a by election process for filling the councillor position. Am I correct?
Yes, ma'am, or an appointment process.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be a by-election, it would be the council
Okay.
coming up with a system to appoint someone.
Okay, so we're all clear, we're all happy with that? Thank you. I just need to clarify, I've just had, I was incorrect, I'm sorry. Chairs are currently receiving a higher remuneration. So my apologies for that. Thank you. I'm really conscious of time now. And we're halfway through this paper. So perhaps looking at the second bullet point and in regard to the following appointments for the remainder of the triennium. And if I can break that down, the Road Safety Coordinating Committee member, so currently the membership is myself and Councillor Hislop. I have spoken to Councillor Hislop and would like to appoint him as chair to that Road Safety Committee, which I think, Dave, you're happy to agree to that. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So do you want to break that down, or can we try and get through this? Receive a remuneration, correct, that's right. Yep, so the additional remuneration, just to be clear, is yeah, audit and risk, strategy and community, and operations. Thank you. Okay.
Just for ease, can I then move that that council moves to appoint Councillor Dave Hislop as chair of the Road Safety Coordinating Committee?
Great, thank you. Happy to take a seconder. Thank you, Tom. Happy with that, Dave. So all in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That's carried. Thank you. Audit and Risk Committee member. Are we happy to consider the audit and risk and as a council without a vacancy being filled? There are 3 meetings. The final meeting will be an extraordinary meeting, I think, to adopt the annual plan. And so, as always, if there's a natural interest, you're more than welcome to attend to that. So can I have, I'm just signalling some intention from councillors. So Robbie?
I don't want to jump ahead, but audit and risk as it stands at the moment, the committee has got 3 capable councillors there. The Hanmer Springs has got 2 capable councillors there, and the Southwood Committee still got 3, and we're reminded that the community would have liked to have had less at the start. I'm happy with all of the other 3 that they remain as is.
It's a motion.
Is that a motion?
If it's great to do it now, I'm happy to
I just want to make sure that.
But if you want to break it up, I'll sit back.
Yeah, no, I'm happy to receive it.
I'm sorry, through the chair, I think we need more than 2 councillors on the Halls Committee, so I'll be against that.
Yeah. Just bear in mind the Pools Committee has an independent chair and another independent. Thank you. Yeah. And myself. Thank you. Yeah, that's right. Okay. So look, I'm happy. I'm happy to take a motion. I'm happy to have another discussion. We need to get to the best result, but I think we need to consider where we're positioned in the triennium, and I will reinforce again, anybody that's got a natural interest should attend either via remote access or in attendance, and you'll know the protocols around that. So Ross?
Thank you, Madam. Look, I'm happy to second Robbie's motion.
Okay, so Robbie, can I come back? You're looking to that we appoint, that we leave the positions available. Oh, I can't think of the words, to be honest. Can you find me some words?
I guess if we go back to bullet point number 2.
Yeah.
I guess it's that we make none of the following appointments with regards to audit and risk, Hanmer Springs and Southwood.
Okay. All right. We've got some adequate words there, thank you. So we do have a mover and we do have a seconder. And is there any further input before I put that motion? I totally respect what you've raised. Thank you, Vanessa.
Could we just hear the motion, please, just for clarity?
because I haven't quite refined it. Yeah, the remaining three committees, the Workers Committee and the Springston Prisons Power Management Committee, the Southport Committee, committee memberships remain as is.
Sounds pretty good to me. Happy? Everybody happy? No further comments? I don't want you to go away and feel. Okay, I'm going to put that motion. You've heard it moved and seconded. All in agreement to that motion, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? You'd like that recorded?
I'd like that recorded. I'd like it noted, Graham, that I'm happy, I'm in agreement with the three others. I just would like a better, more substantial councillor representation.
Yep.
Thank you.
Is there any abstentions to that? Thank you, that motion is carried. Thank you, and I'll say it for the third time, if you've got a natural interest, you're able to attend. I'd like to, you understand the remuneration authority, the pool and the division. So can I get a move and a seconder for that at this stage, please? Thank you, Vanessa. Moving it is, yeah, that's divided. Thank you. Do I have a second for that? Thank you, Karen. All in agreement to that, please say aye. Aye. Those against, that motion is carried. Thank you. Thank you for that, councillors. Actually, I'm going to change around a little bit now. I'm just conscious that we've got Judith, who's due to speak to us at 10:45. I'm happy to delay our morning tea and break and receive your submission, Judith. So if you'd like to come to the table now. Councillors, the submission from Judith is on page 38 of your agenda pack. 39, I beg your pardon. Yeah. With our normal convention is when we receive oral submissions, so we offer 10 minutes. And at the end of that 10-minute time frame, the buzzer will go off and you'll need to wrap that up. And I will then ask councillors if they have questions or clarification of either what they've read or heard in your submission today. So thank you very much for coming along, and we welcome your submission. So thank you, the floor is yours.
Kia ora everybody, I won't take 10 minutes. I hope you've all got the submission somewhere. I forgot to bring mine. First off,
would you like a copy?
No, I'm fine. Yeah, I don't need to read it out, I don't think. My basic conflict is that I don't like privatisation of public assets. And so I'm saying no to a separate sewage and stormwater. Reasons being that I have grown up in New Zealand and I've seen the sell-off of council assets, and then decades later we're scrambling to find money for infrastructure, etc., etc. I think the primary role of a council in a civilised society, or a first world society that we think we are, is a basic of good water supply, good drinking water supply to our households, good sewage collection and disposal, or whatever we do with it, and stormwater. And that's the basic role of the council. Why do we want to create another authority? Yes, the council is responsible for its debt, but I think we will find lots of higher costs. The setting up costs will be significant. We'll find that we'll provide bigger salaries for the people. The other thing is that I think we must always worry about accountability, and I'm not really sure that I think we're very good at the watchdog. Watchdog authorities are exceptional. We often have problems and we wonder why someone didn't whistleblow or say something about it when we've already got an authority that should be doing this. How will a ratepayer get on with a separate entity? Will they go wander into the counter and say, can I do this? Will they get an email reply the next day? I mean, councils generally are pretty responsive to ratepayers. Why separate it out? You're just adding another big space between the water management and the ratepayer, who's actually funding most of this. The other thing is there was massive opposition to the Labor government, the Labor government's Three Waters program, an idea, which seems to me very similar to this one. And I've read and they are very similar. And one of the big arguments against that was could be privatised nationally, of course, and two, that a big authority could get funding easily. They get long-term loans, have much more backing, so they could get. My reflection on that is that it's the government's role to fund all this, and that doesn't come up at all in funding. They kick it aside, but the government of the country is responsible for the basics and the councils, and they have got the ability to get long-term, maybe not cheap, but reasonable funding. So I'm not sure why we've gone down this path of saying it's going to be easier for an authority for water to borrow when the central government can do it itself. And I don't want missiles flying around here and being stored at Burnham. I'd rather see it put into water. And so I think there's lots of yes and no's to everything, but just keep what we've got for water in there within the council. Thanks.
Thank you, Judith. Very well articulated without your notes, so well done. But we're within our time frame, and councillors may have some questions to clarify what they've read with your submission, or actually what they've heard you tell us this morning. So I'll just invite that before we close off. So councillors, you've read and you've heard. Is there any questions to clarify what we've heard from Judith this morning? There again, I think we've been given some very clear messages and well considered and well thoroughly researched. So thank you for your time this morning. You're probably aware that we're not deliberating today.
Yes, no,
we plan to deliberate and hear all of the submissions on the papers on our extraordinary meeting on the 13th. So thanks very much indeed for coming, and have a good day. Thank you. Right, councillors, I think now we will break for morning tea, and then we'll come back to our decision item around the draft annual plan. And so perhaps we'll make that if we're back here for 11 o'clock start. Thanks very much for adjourning for the meantime. Thank you. G'day, welcome back, councillors. We came along quite nicely as far as, but we've got a few decision items in front of us. But the first one, of course, is item 5.2, the draft annual plan consultation document, which Jason will take us through. It's on page 40 in your agenda, and I think you have probably all received this either via email or probably this morning. Okay, so this is the updated version, isn't it? Yeah, okay. So Jason, we're in your hands. We've come prepared, we've read this, and we'll see where we get to, eh? Thank you.
Thank you, thanks, Madam Chair. So page 40 is the cover report. So page 41, we just refer back to the 1st of April council meeting where we adopted the draft budgets, and the listing there with the growth adjusted rates increase of 3.31%, which is the headline of that. And then within that meeting, and I've sort of replicated it here, were the key changes in the annual plan budgets compared to what we had in year 2 of the long-term plan, and obviously the key variance is the Roden budgets, and that has the biggest impact on that reduction in the level of rate increase from the 4.49% that was allowed for in the long-term plan down to the 3.31%. Some of the other key movements has been in the capital program, both in change to the reforecast of the capital for this current 24-25 year, and then moving forward into the 25-26 year. And again, a big chunk of the movement in the capital between year 2 of the long-term plan and the annual plan had been centred around the reduction in the roading costs. Top of page 42, you sort of explain those key changes. There is a line item there, public service capital expenditure has increased by 500,000 as a recommendation from the Huronui Community Committee, but I'll deal with that a little bit separately. And then some of the other variances that we identified, and insurance costs and interest costs, the compliance costs relating to water, the increasing cost of audit fees, the provision for the Southport Community Board, an adjustment in the budget for the capital levies, in particular for the Canterbury Museum, and also an adjustment to the amenities rate for the community committee recommendation, and an adjustment to the animal control rating input in an attempt to use the existing appropriation account there. With any annual report, annual plan, we just need to follow the requirements of the Local Government Act. If there is no significant movement from the long-term plan, there is no requirement to actively consult. And in previous years, when we've put out an annual plan or a draft annual plan, there hasn't been significant variances from what we allowed for in the long-term plan, but we have engaged with the community nonetheless. So engagement versus consultation, sort of running a fine line between that. But because there are significant changes, particularly in the roading, there is a requirement to actively consult. So we have to go through a full consultation process, which, and top of page 44, the key component there is identifying significant or material differences between the proposed annual plan and the content of the long-term plan for that financial year. So that's essentially what I've attempted to do in developing the consultation document. So I'll perhaps go through that now. The consultation document, I did send a version of it out on Saturday morning by way of email, but we've just done an update to that yesterday, and I just want to work through those particular changes. But the particular change has been just in reference to the $500,000 provision we have made as a recommendation from the Huronui Community Committee. Initially, it was centred around upgrades to the Waikari Hall, but it needs to be a little broader than that to encompass upgrades to potentially various community facilities in the Huronui community area. So essentially the changes that I've made from the version that was sent out on Saturday to this version has been just in respect to that item. It doesn't change the budget in any great respect. It's just the description of the capital expenditure has just been changed from specifically Waikari Hall to community facilities within the Huronui Community Committee. The funding of that stays the same. The effect on the budget stays exactly the same. So I suppose in that respect, if we just go through the consultation document, and this is a draft, I mean, that we can make changes to this before it's adopted. So page 1, just a message from myself as the councillors, and just right at the bottom where there was a reference to the community hall. to the Waikari Hall. It's just been changed to provide funding for potential upgrades to community facilities in the Hiranui community area.
So that's not in that one. Sorry. Now I've got the right one.
Okay.
Here we are, but Karen. Yeah. Well, thank you.
So, yeah, if there are any other changes or wording changes, spelling mistakes, because I know I'll make them, just sing out from the version that was provided on Saturday, but essentially the changes that are made are just in respect to the $500,000 provision. So page 2 of the consultation document just reiterates what an annual plan is. Pages 3 and 4 talk about the changes to the roading budgets and explaining why we have recut the budget and the ultimate effect of that. In page 5,
sorry, just back on page 2, verses 1 and 2. Put the new those.
Yeah.
Talk about incongruous and bullet points.
Yeah, okay.
Yep.
Yes, Madam Mayor, if I may, I'd just like to speak a little to the changes that Jason's drawn our attention to this morning. You'll be aware, councillors, that we have just approved the minutes from our previous meeting where we accepted the resolution from the Hiranui Community Committee to set aside $500,000 for the Waikari Hall. And I think just to clarify that a little further, the committee has been working for some time, as you'll be aware, looking at the future of the halls in the Hiranui rate-paying area. The current focus is looking at the Waikari Hall and really gathering still information and fact-finding, if you like, just to see whether, what the position is in terms of strengthening and upgrading that and what that might cost. And so the dilemma is that the timing of our annual planning is such that we, in order to have any funding at all available for some work, if we were to make a decision and get underway in the next financial year, we need to have something in the budget, and it was tagged as Waikari Hall because that's the current focus that they're looking into. Officers have suggested that perhaps we could broaden that slightly to say any of the community facilities in that area. And they're always the full buildings, so Harden and Waikari Halls, the Scout Den in Waikari and the RSA building in Harden. And the committee, because it's still on this journey and the decision hasn't been reached by the committee as to what recommendation they might make and take out to the community, officers suggested that if we basically provide a little more flexibility and said Hiranui community facilities, then that means that if the current thinking around the Waikari Hall doesn't come to fruition, it gives them the flexibility to have that money available to, use in part on the Waikari Hall and perhaps in part on others of those facilities. But we just don't know what that journey is going to be yet. But I was concerned as the local councillor, because this journey has been going on for a long time, that if we didn't have any money in this budget, then it would be one whole next cycle before anything could take place. So this does provide that flexibility. When officers made that suggestion, I discussed it with Peter Black, who's the chairperson of the Hiranui Community Committee, and he felt that there was a sensible way forward in the circumstances. And basically the email thread backwards and forwards between myself and officers and Pete and so on has now been sent out to the community committee to just let them know why there's a difference between 500,000 tagged to Waikari Hall and now 500,000 tagged to the community facilities in the Hiranui rate paying area. And I have to keep saying Hiranui area because obviously our district is also called Hiranui and we want to be clear just what buildings we're talking about. So what we've done already, as you'll know, is we have taken a proposal to the Hiranui folk and said upgrade to the United Rugby Club in Harden would cost $1.4 million. These are the plans, these are the costings, tell us what you think. And we had quite a lot of feedback saying actually that's unaffordable when they saw what the impact would be on their rates. And so this $500,000 in the budget line enables me to have that conversation with them at this level now. What about $500,000? Here's the impact on your rates. How would this be for you? And so that was really the thinking behind this. It's an opportunity to have the conversation with the community and get a sense of what their comfort level might be with this, even though we don't right now know exactly what that recommendation is going to be because we're still on that fact-finding journey. So it is a little different to what was we passed in our minutes and spoke about at the last council meeting, but I just want to explain what that was all about, and I'm really happy to take any questions, and you may have comments yourself. Madam Mayor.
No, I haven't got anything more that Karen has given a really full and thorough explanation of the issue that is being faced by the community, and I guess the only addition I would say is this is a hugely complex process that Karen has led the community with the absolute desire to get the very best result. And I think that fact finding, as Karen's talking about now, just buys a little time, but gives a little bit of financial capability. It's probably not going to be complete capability, but it gives that signal that we're looking to get the very best result from the community. So I just want to acknowledge the work that Karen has done in her community, but also the support that she's received from officers as well. And it's hugely emotional when you're talking about memorial halls and removal of assets or changing use of assets, and the community that, you know, some of us live and have lived all our lives in. It's hugely emotional, and it brings out the very best, and it sometimes the not so very best in the decision-making process, but I think it's been we're diligently working through this, and this is a part of that journey, another step, I guess, Karen. So I don't have anything more to say other than I know it's, you know, there's been some discussions here with officers to try and manoeuvre, I guess, into that best position and with the eyes going forward. So yeah, thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor, through the chair. And I'd endorse everything that Mari has said, Karen, and thank you for the fulsome commentary. I just wanted to just clarify one aspect of it. So that difference in wording that you've explained from Waikato to Hiranui area, and you mentioned that the email threads have all gone to the Hiranui Community Committee. I just wondered if there's been any like a general acceptance or any comment on that? Or
Oh, it's a great question. I wish I could say yes. Wonderful acceptance. Basically, we've the timing has been against us, and so that email thread's only gone out this morning because I needed to have some meetings about procedural matters this morning just before today's meeting to make sure we were being open and transparent at the same time as honouring the fact that we're in a council process, if you like. And so it's been kind of awkward, and as I said, that sort of reflects the awkwardness of the timing of working with the community that's on a journey. I mean, I know the committee is really committed to making a decision, it's not about that, but where they're at on their journey isn't quite lining up with our annual planning thing. And you know, the committee meeting was only last week, so it's just been a bit fraught to try and get it all together. But I see this, because this is a consultation document, I would equally expect anyone from the community that was really uncomfortable, including committee members, with what we're doing, that they would say that. I'm currently giving thought to having holding meetings, just led by me, and Mari's kindly offered her support in our area, perhaps even in these very halls, to just give community members an opportunity to come along and hear more and express their views. Because it is a really important conversation, I think, to have in our community, and to continue having that conversation so that people are understanding what we're doing and the journey that we're on, because the committee already has done a huge amount of work, and I think it can be quite hard to convey what's behind all of that, even though I'm using newsletters to update people. So hopefully that will provide an opportunity to receive feedback.
Yeah.
And then all of us hopefully will feel more confident based on that feedback with, what we need to do from there on in terms of finalising it or not.
Sure. Well, that's great. And, it is consultation, so people will have the ability to submit. I guess I was just clarifying the procedural issue with the wording, but I'm quite comfortable with the responses. Absolutely.
Thank you. Robbie, did you have a question?
Well, I was just going to commend Karen. You're obviously working in a pretty sensitive environment there with almost 2 camps. There's 2 big problems to be solved, their issues. And I agree with what you've done, because the way I read it initially, tagging 500,000 to Waikari Hall could be seen as preempting a decision which may or may not happen, and it's going to upset someone somewhere. So I think you've done exactly the right thing by putting in an ability to do something, but that's yet to be decided. So I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, good on you. Yeah, it's pretty much captured the essence of it all, actually, Robbie. Thank you, Robbie. Thank you. Is there any other questions specifically aligned to the page 5 in the consultation document? Okay, Jason, we'll go back to you and just continue with the
I suppose-
as we know. Yep.
Thanks, Madam
Oh,
Mayor.
sorry, have you got another question?
Sorry, I'm back on page 3.
Yeah, okay.
And if I'm a bit of a witness as to what confuses people, we've made it very, very clear there around the roading about what it was going to cost in the 3 years coming period, and we've made it very clear how that was going to be made up. But to me, I sort of had to read through several times over the page to see where we are now. I wonder, just in the layout of the page or the formatting or something, if we could make that crystal clear where we're at the third end, where we are now. Like it's clearer, to me, it's clearer where we were going to be than where we are.
So you're happy with the information, but maybe the formatting can actually bring us back to where we're currently thinking, sort of up the order a wee bit. Is that what you're saying?
It's just, anyone can look at that and see on that year was going to be that was going to be, it's all crystal clear. But to me, I had to decipher a wee bit.
I think that second bullet point on page 4 could be elaborated a little bit, saying this is the new program, how it's funded, rather than just in words, just in a wee table.
Okay.
I'll make that.
Awesome. That's great. Thanks, Robbie. Thanks, Jason. So we'll just come back to you and you can just take through the rest of the document.
Yeah, so page 5, the key change that Karen's already alluded to is the third bullet point down. In the meantime, upgrade work is required on facilities in the community, Huranui community. These facilities include Harden, Waikari halls and scout dens, all of which do have some form of public use. And then the other key changes, 2 further bullet points down around anticipated that there will be some of the earthquake prone buildings fund that has already been earmarked for the community that can be applied to this work as well, but it is a limited amount, so decisions need to be made about the best use of that. So it's not sort of a free for all that we can apply a whole lot of funds from that fund to each of the facilities. That will be a decision of the community committee and then consequently the council when the full scope of works is determined. And the other thing was just, instead of just having one photo of the Waikari Hall, just a couple of photos there just to
yeah, no, look, that's great. The only other thing I thought about there is, do we call it the Huranui rating district? Like, is it, how do we call that area the rating district? Is there a special name that we would?
Yeah, well,
I know it's confusing when we're the Huranui community.
No, I think you're right, and it's littered through the document, making sure that we are consistent. It is formally known as the Huranui rating area, which formerly was the Huranui ward. Yeah, I suppose if I make sure that you just adjust it to make sure that that wording is
Same
consistent
language all the way through. Yeah, I think
So
that
it
was
is very
probably quite
clear that
helpful.
it's a rating area.
Yeah. Right, thank you. Thank you very much.
Yep, so pages 6 and 7 just replicate what we talked about on the first of April, the key changes. Page 8, right down at the bottom, just adjusting that that wording, the very last bullet point, just taking it away from the Waikari Hall to community facilities in the Huranui rating area. And similarly on page 9 at the right down under public services, the first bullet point there, upgrade work for community facilities again in the Huranui rating area.
Jason, sorry, through the chair. Just under public services, you've got the Amberley Village Green Development, it's sitting at 305.
That's correct.
That's now lower.
Lower. The budget is lower.
I think it's sitting at, well, I think we've now got about 250 left.
Okay, right, well, yeah, in the budget that we've got, there was 305 that was carried over, so yeah, and that's, yeah, okay, just trying to think how to amend that. The comment was it was forecast to be carried over from this current financial year.
It needs to be changed, whether it's based on the wording, based on its
I
in
suppose.
context, I guess, but it's important to note that it's actually sitting around 250 at the moment.
I suppose over the 2 years we had the same number. It's just
I'll leave it with you.
okay. Yeah. No, let me have a think about how.
Coming here to help us through this.
So, Madam Mayor, if it's less than 250, then it doesn't need to appear here. It's like stuff that's over 250, so you can just take it out altogether if it's just 250, Jason.
Yeah, I suppose in the formal budget, and similar, we've got 305 in it. If that needs to change, I can make that change, but bring over.
Well, it could be done by an officer submission process.
Yeah.
Further to that, I guess my issue with it is this is a public document, and you know, people will read that as that's being left available to spend.
Okay, perhaps I can reword. It was on the intention or the forecast that we'd spend X amount of the 905,000 that was available for that project, and we were going to spend approximately 600,000 before the end of this current financial year, leaving 305 to carry over into the next financial year. Perhaps.
Does it just need a bit more of an explanatory note?
Yeah, perhaps I can say the remaining amount of the budget earmarked for that project, something along those lines, rather than it being a specific amount, even though the budget does say a specific
I
amount.
understand completely. I guess it's just if we can tweak it so that the community have an accurate gauge.
No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Comfort from everybody? Yep. Radio, we'll carry on. Thank you.
Okay, so page 10 and 11 don't change apart from, just mentioned that that last on the axis there, the debt line on page 11, the budget should be 25-26 rather than 24-25. And then pages 12, 13 and 12 and 13 just provide the sample, the 11 sample properties that we've been monitoring as part of this process. And behind that, there's the full 125 properties that will have the full details available on the website for people to view, and also the ability, if anybody wants to know what does it mean for the individual properties, made this opportunity available for the last half dozen years, and had about 4 people ask what would that mean for their own rates. But we can actually do an assessment, an indicative assessment of individual properties if need be. And then pages 14 and 15 are just the submission form, and again, just making just minor adjustments to the wording around that 500,000. And then on page 15, I know it says, do you agree with the community facilities in the Huranui community? I think that should, do you agree with upgrading community facilities in the Huranui rating area? Yes. With a proposed budget, so just make that change to make it quite clear.
Yes.
People agree with community facilities, was it?
Comfortable with that, Karen?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
So there's a couple of things I can work on and provide. Perhaps I can get an updated version to you later today with those changes that have been made, been suggested, and then the formal adoption of the consultation document, or the opening of consultation starts tomorrow, so we've got a bit of time to get it. Okay.
Thank you. Councillors, we've been through this time to time, and we've made adjustments or recommendations as we would see fit. Yes, is there any other questions just to clarify for Jason in regard to the document per se? Thank you.
Not so much a clarification, the title of the document, A Detour Ahead, suggests that we're going to return to the original plan, which, given the lowered subsidy from Whakatahi, seems unlikely. And well, for want of a better explanation, there have been some contentious detours in our district recently. And I mean, I'm not in comms, I'm not in marketing, but I just wanted to put it out there as, are we comfortable with that as the title for this, as a document? So I think the document's great, but yeah, I just think I'm going to raise it as a discussion point.
Okay, it's a really good suggestion.
No, through the chair, no okay. Suggestion, but it does have a negative connotation to it.
Okay. Any better options? Ross?
Look, when I saw that, of course, it was just that flash of, oh shit, detour. But that's just from our little community, and we'll get over it.
Okay.
I looked at it and I thought about what happened last Sunday with Whakatara, and they seemed to send everyone up a more or less near a dead end road, and there'll be people in our district go, detour.
Okay, okay, so we've heard some comments. Has someone got a better suggestion?
Solution based.
Robbie, have you got a better suggestion?
A new road ahead.
A new road ahead.
Oh, no.
Are we feeling it? Just don't have anything. It's a consultation document. Why
do we need to title it? I suppose we've always titled it in the past, so but
just because you do it in the past doesn't mean.
No, I understand that. Yep.
Chair, I don't think it's bad enough to change it. I think we can sit here and debate it for hours. If it's not that broke, it doesn't, I'm happy to leave it.
Right,
I just wanted to raise it.
round the table, happy,
Oh, yeah, I just think the
happy,
detour,
Robbie?
Oh, I'm not going at it, all the way.
Okay, Pauline?
No, I just wanted to raise it.
Okay,
That's all.
thank you. Fiona? Tom?
I don't think it's ideal, but we're probably gonna spend all day talking about it.
Ross?
Oh, look, happy with it. People will, it might make them read it.
Yeah, that's right.
That's a great way to look at it.
Vanessa?
I've made my thoughts clear.
Thank you. Dave?
It might have it, but maybe Ross is right, might read it, if you need it.
Yep. Karen?
Yeah, I don't have a better idea, and if it provokes some interest in the consultation, that would be a good thing.
Okay. All right, we've had a wee discussion around that and I don't, yeah, good on you. Look, I mean, it's a hard one, isn't it? If it creates interest or creates a negative connotation, I guess. What we're wanting is to have thorough, thoughtful and useful feedback through the document. So I guess you've been given some feedback on that and we're happy to progress and we've conveyed our thoughts.
No.
So thank you.
Thank you. I suppose the other component there, Madam Mayor, is just the consultation plan itself, and that's on page 46 onwards from on your agenda. And this does incorporate the fees and charges as well, so we'll go about consulting on both the draft annual plan and the fees and charges at the same time. Now, page 49 is the comms action plan. I do point out that there isn't provision for public meetings at this stage because we hadn't had a chance to discuss how we wanted to progress with this. And yeah, so this is really from the communications team point of view, what they need to do as far as media releases, information going on the website, public notices, and then having the information available. There'll be certainly the mayor will be on Compass FM discussing it. Just when the consultation closes and the submission hearings and deliberations, and then adoption of the final annual plan. And the fees and charges at that time, but yeah, I do point out there aren't public meetings specifically allowed for, but can easily be or can be added if it is necessary, and certainly Councillor Armstrong's talked about specific ones for the Harden and Waikari areas, but whether there is a desire for other public meetings to discuss this in.
We'll hear from Hamish and then see if there's any questions around that. Thank you.
So maybe be a little bit bolder than Jason suggests that as officers, we don't see value in trying to engender larger public meetings on this issue. But we would support councillors wanting to hold public meetings within their own local areas. So if councillors want to have a public meeting, then we will support that, but we don't, we have seen very little benefit over the last few years in trying to engage widely with the public and through public meetings. The larger council ones, you know, we've scheduled a few through the district. We've gone from having 14 public meetings on things like this down to 3, but we just don't seem to get the cut through on those. It's having the material available. Maybe drop-ins might be an option, but certainly if councillors want the whole meeting in their own areas, some of the councillors have done that successfully in the past, including through things like farmers markets and various other options, and they seem to actually get more people and more cut through than those wider council public meetings. So that's that would be my suggestion.
Okay, do councillors actually support that? You know, I think, yep, seeing a few heads being nodded, You're happy with that down the side of the table? It feels like if there is likely to be an interest in your community and you want to organise or participate, like what Karen suggested in her area, that they just need to ask for officer support if they need it. And I'd be really happy to go with all councillors if they were going to have a drop-in or whatever. So, you know, we just need to work together on that or work alongside your colleagues. So I guess that sits reasonably comfortable with councillors at this point by the heads that were nodding. So thank you. You happy? Any other comments around that? No? Thank you. So, where are we at? Have you got anything else to add to the, that we'll look at the recommendation or?
No, just those, and obviously, got in the consultation document with changes, is suggested.
Radio. With no further questions to clarify, I guess, the paper that we've got in front of us around adopting the consultation plan with the minor amendments. Yep, amendments. Yep. That's what I'm seeking. And also adopts the consultation document to support the plan, is what we've discussed here. Anybody willing to?
I am willing to move those with the minor changes and amendments.
Yep. Thank you, and the consultation document. So thank you, Tom. So we do. Yeah, we'll go. So we have a mover and a seconder for the adoption of the consultation document with the minor amendments as discussed, and we'll receive an updated copy of that tonight or today sometime. Thank you. And we're adopting the consultation plan as written. So all in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? That motion is carried. Thank you. Good on Jason. Thank you. It doesn't seem long since we did the LTP and we're rolling around, and now I know you're thinking about the next one. So, you know, it's really constant treadmill we're on, isn't it really? But do appreciate what you do for us. So thank you. Councillors, we have attended to item 5.3, so if we just skip to page 55, which is item 5.4, which is the expenditure delegations. Jason, this is your paper. This has been passed for the risk committee, but perhaps you just talk us through this and bring so we're all got a clear understanding. Thank you.
Thanks, Madam Mayor. So the expenditure delegations haven't been formally updated since November 2021. So there was an opportunity or a need to update those, and also reflects the changes to the organisational structure over the last few years. The report itself has already been reviewed by the Audit and Risk Committee, and their recommendation was to recommend that the council adopts that as well. So page 57, I've just track changed the delegations there, and a lot of the changes are just in descriptions of people's positions, but there has been some additional staff members that have been added over the journey, the likes of the team leader in strategy and team leader in planning. We hadn't had those positions when this was last adopted. Also took the opportunity to just update the delegations for the Thermal Pools and Spa, just as a bit of a belt and braces approach. So I'm certainly happy to answer any questions about those delegations.
I'll just we'll just start with the basic inflation adjustment and then go from there.
No, well, not really. It's really just more reflecting positions within the organisation that do have authority that may not have had the delegated authority before. In some minor instances, the delegations have increased, but ultimately through the executive team, the chief executive has delegation up to $1 million. Anything above that needs to be approved jointly by both the mayor and the chief executive, and it just scales down from there. But a lot of it is just description of changing the position description of individuals.
Thank you, Tom.
Through you, Madam Mayor, and probably for Hamish, we changed the name of the manager of the Spa, and we've got it there as executive general manager. Was that the name that we finalised in the end of the job description?
No, this process was started actually sometime before that happened, so that one has called up, but we can adjust that one, thank you.
Just a minor change.
Yeah, no, we can just adjust it to as general manager. So very easy.
Yeah. Thank you, Tom. That's got it. Is there any other questions? I'm sorry, I was a little bit distracted by hearing that on that paper. Is there any other questions to clarify the paper or the delegations and where that responsibility sits? Thank you.
Yeah, look, I take note that a reasonable amount of this is updating the job descriptions and of the funds. It's generally to enable business to carry on without having to bring, so, and it has good oversight and processes to keep an eye on it. So on that basis, I am to move that we approve the updated expenditure delegations.
Just inclusive of the
changes that have been discussed.
Yeah, I think that's the only amendment, so thank you for that.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Mayor. As a member of the Audit and Risk Committee, we certainly discussed this at length, and I'm very comfortable to second that motion. And that's partly because I'm very aware that there are a lot of robust systems that sit around it that provide the checks and balances we'd all expect.
Thank you for that input, both of you. We have a mover and a seconder. There's no further questions. I'll put that motion all in agreement. Please say aye. Aye. Okay. That motion's carried. Thank you. Thanks very much, Jason. Just for everybody's information, Vanessa just asked if the deputations at 2 and 2:15 are going to I think it's in relation to the Eastern Reserve, the Village Green, and that paper we received afterwards, but I think we'll just work through in a logical order. They're scheduled for 2 o'clock. So I think what you were requesting, if I heard you correctly, is that Eastern Reserve paper gets taken after the deputations, but I guess it's important to understand that the deputations are just coming to inform or share their story, and the paper has its own deliberations in its own right. So,
through the chair, and whilst I'll accept what you're saying, or understand what you're saying, I have been made aware of the fact that disputations are in relation to the agenda item that we will be voting on, and I think it's important, and I think it's vital that that agenda item follows the deputations. But I'll respect your order as you see.
Yeah, I think the important thing is, I mean, I've went through Graham. Are you aware of what the information that is? I mean, I know anecdotally that Jack Chisholm was talking about the size of a propane field court pitch, as it's called. I'm not sure of what Mr. Wayers is talking with us about. Have you been any further clarity?
He just said he wanted to come to speak to the council, and I asked him what it was about, and he hasn't replied
Okay.
So our presumption is that it's about East Reserve since he submitted on that.
Okay, so I just think it's important everybody understands that. Yeah.
Through the chair, for clarification, I'll keep it brief. I have an understanding from both residents. One resident, John, is concerned about the placement of the nets particularly, which we will be discussing today when we make this important decision. I know that Mr. Chisnell from the Croquet has concerns around the space allocated for the growth or for what we're allocating for the Croquet won't be big enough. And so he's shared his concerns with me, and I suggested to him that he come along and share those concerns with all of us, which is what he'll be doing. So there again, I reinforce the importance of doing it the other way around.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going to seek advice so we don't get tripped up on this, folks. We want to be as transparent and open as possible. Okay. Okay. Check. Okay. So we will look at receiving that item after we've heard from Mr. Jack Chisnell. The deputations will be at normal procedure, 10 minutes, 5 minutes per question. So just for your information and a natural order of our reports today, we will take that over after we've heard from Mr. Wise and Mr. Chisnell. Okay? Radio guys. Thank you. Thank you. Radio, that takes us through to page 59, which is the contestable fund, 5.5. Thank you. We have this paper in front of us, and Hamish, I think you organise this paper. If you can, you can just take us through that, and we will see where it gets to today. We're doing pretty well. Thank you, councillors, for time. Thank you.
So this came up in the last council meeting, I think it was. We were asked to have a look at the contestable fund and have a look at the equity and distribution of the contestable fund. So the contestable fund dates back to 2007, and it originally was designed to give some community control into the spending of surplus funds from the Hammond Springs swimming pools and spas on reserves in the various locations in the district. And in 2007, we had a number of wards in the district, which have consolidated over time, and yet we've continued with the historical distribution of the contestable fund. So this paper really considers whether that is equitable or not. The current distribution of $60,000 is split between Amberley, Amuri, Cheviot, Glenmark, Hamlet, and Hiranui, so the former ward areas. All receive $10,000 each, and if we take population as a factor in this, the current population split by ward is approximately 40% of the population in both west and south, and 20% in the east. So if that current allocation was split according to population, then the west and south wards would both get $24,000. The east ward would get $12,000. Now the current allocations are, if you add those old ward areas together, the west ward gets currently $30,000, so it would drop to 24. The east ward currently gets $20,000, so that would drop to 12. And the south ward currently gets $10,000, and that would increase to 24,000. One of the key points in this contestable fund is that it is from money that is earned on reserve, and therefore must be allocated to projects on reserves. It can't be allocated outside that area, and I'm not quite sure how well that rule's been adhered to in the past, but that is very, very clear under the Reserves Act. So whatever the split, that's the way the money has to be spent. Other than that, there are some alternatives, obviously the status quo is there and it's currently working. And there would be an option to increase the funding so that no ward receive less than it's receiving currently. That will cost $40,000 more in rates if that option is applied. Because although the money is taken from the surplus funds generated from the pools, that money is fully allocated, so more surplus funding from the pools is required to fund that. It has to be taken from somewhere else, and it has to be made up in rate. So there is a definite cost to doing that. Just the only other point that I came across while I was looking at this is that in addition to the contestable fund, there's an annual district reserve renewal fund, which is also split along the lines of the old ward, and that is there in 2013. And once again, you can see that it is not an even split. So I will leave you there and look forward to hearing your considerations this matter.
Thank you very much
And
indeed.
happy for questions.
Of course, absolutely. I think it's been well spelled out in the report, so perhaps we need to have some questions to clarify and see where this takes us. So thank you, Ross, you can kick that off. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, and I'll pinch David's quote that I'm pragmatic and want to have an easy solution here. And look, I really appreciate the population that has grown down here and we're still stuck under this regime. So from a perspective up our end, and it's possibly the same for the East Ward, I won't speak for them, but to have a reduction is to go back to the community and say, hey, look, sorry guys, but we've just slashed a bit off your pot of gold that comes every year. That will be a bit hard, but if we were to increase the South Ward to 40k, that's a 16 grand difference. So just increase theirs, I look at it, keep East and West the same, if East's happy with that, and increase the South Ward, bring theirs up to 40k, that's just an increase of 16 grand. With the less than 0.13, I'm not sure what the percentage would be, but to me that would be just a simple solution. So that we're not having a reduction, but you guys are having an increase that would bring you up to a fair population. Right.
So in essence, your thinking around that is support number 4.
Yes, but not increasing West to 40k. I mean, I just keep ours at status quo, and I can't speak for East. I'll let them speak for themselves. But
let's hear some more discussion around this. So thank you, Ross, for starting that out. Vanessa, you have your hand up.
Through the chair, I think that's the most equitable solution. What I completely endorse what Ross has put forward.
Other people thinking
just some more information on the area of these reserves, because it's all very well saying population, but some of them, like in Cheviot, we've got some large reserves which take a lot of. We've got a lot of good volunteers that do a lot of work, and I worry about losing that volunteer part, because actually it'll end up then costing the district more money, because you won't have all these things that get done in these district reserves by volunteers. And so, think carefully on it. And I'd be interested to know the Cheviot District Reserve Renewable Fund, it's got 13 for Cheviot. How does that get, where do they use that? Where does it?
Can you talk about that?
That is split between the Cheviot Hills Reserve and the St Anne's Reserve.
And the district reserve, and it's in our
Those based on district reserves, so there's specific funding there.
But if we didn't have that money, it'd just be left to manage itself really.
So I guess what we're not really looking at.
I just see it's been brought into the, I'm just
Yeah,
trying to
I
figure
guess
it out.
comparison is what we see, yeah, what you're identifying.
Because, you know, you look at it here and you think, hell, Chivvy's getting a lot.
Yeah. Pauline, thank you.
Yeah, thanks. A couple of questions, I guess, and clarifications, as I was the person that raised this, because I am really concerned about the inequity for our constituents in the South Ward, and that's where my advocation comes from, for us to look at this. And I'm not yet 100% sure of what the solution is, and that's what today's about. But I also considered, and I guess you've raised it, Vince, the geographical size of the areas alongside population. When I pulled out the reserve management plan, which we've newly adopted this year, I did a count, and granted it's not an area, but in the South Ward registered in here, there are 29 reserves, East 16 and West 11. So while that doesn't bring in, area, 29 reserves is an awful lot for us to be dealing with. But I also wanted to explore the annual district reserve renewal funding and how that actually, because I wasn't aware I was aware of the funding, but I wasn't aware of how that was allocated. So what, or can we find out if we don't know today, how is that allocation based? Is that based on area, on population? Is it the area of the district reserves in each of those wards, or because when I look at that, I wonder if that's something that we also might need to explore as an overrun, I guess, from the previous iteration when we had those old ward systems.
I think it has come about from the number of district reserves, ones that are funded by the district in each of those areas, but those amounts don't include the wage allocation from the property team or the maintenance team into that, and also the grass mowing is funded as part of the district reserve. So this is just a provision for specific contractors' expenses that need to be applied to individual district reserves in those four areas.
Right. I think we need to tease this out a little bit more, so is your pencil up, Robbie, or?
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it's great that Pauline raised this last time, because I was completely unaware of it, but I was very aware that the South would be running on empty for. When I go to page 7 and do some simple maths there, in the special funds, the contestable funds. First one I start with is Amberley for the South Ward is sitting on basically -7.5, and we'll be bumming on. If I add up what's in the other two wards, they're sitting on a pot of gold of 188,600 basically. So that explains to me that there's definitely a discrepancy here. The population thing, I'm thinking, yeah, I'm not entirely sold on that, because I would have thought that the intention of the fund would be to share over the district, and we don't want to have a whole lot of things in Amberley and some of the other districts struggling or whatever, albeit they've probably had a pretty good crack at it up to now. So I'd like to suggest a hybrid which may keep us going in the meantime. I'm not in favour of increasing the amount of the 60 grand that we've got this year, because that puts more on the rates and we have to go back around the whole thing and it upsets the cart a bit. I sort of think, well, if I was to start with the 60 grand and I was to give everyone a base payment of half of that, 30 grand, I'll give each of the 3 wards 10 grand. The other 30 grand, I'll give the West Ward 40%, which is 12 grand, the East Ward 20, which is 6, and the South Ward 40, which is 12. Out of the 60 grand, the West Ward would sit on 22, so there is a reduction there, but albeit they're not broke at the moment. The East Ward would be 16, so it's not a big cut, and the South Ward would come up to 22. So I sort of feel that this time around, in the next annual plan or whatever, maybe then we might talk about, well, do we bring it up to a larger figure that, you know, like in point number 4 or something like that. But I think this time around, work within the 60. And I sort of see that as being a bit of a balance where we're not getting it all thrown into one corner of the community, but it also goes some way to addressing at the moment is a gross imbalance to me.
Thank you, Fiona, and then Tom.
Look, I think Ross's thoughts in the first instance quite good. And a lot of our smaller communities, they do build up some funds. Sometimes it takes a while to build up enough funds to do a significant project rather than just frittering it away. They do a lot of work with native plantings. Again, you build it up. So looking at something and saying there's money sitting there just means they haven't spent it all. It doesn't mean that they've been given way more than their fair share. There's a lot more demands. I understand in Amberley, they have a lot more ambitions. They have a lot more bigger variety, and they do have their smaller communities as well surrounding it. So it's not just the township. And again, a lot of those communities, smaller communities, put in a lot of volunteer hours and fundraising themselves. So there may be some leveling out, but it does bother me when we look at it and say, well, they've got plenty of money sitting over there because they don't want debt. And so they work hard to get there to build up to those projects. But I recognise that maybe something may need to be done for South Ward, and that's, I think, Ross's proposal, while it is saying a slight increase, not the big one we were talking about, if that was going to be of assistance, I would be looking more favourably towards that, because I certainly don't think it's fair to take away from those communities that bust their butts out there doing the work and keeping their costs down and living within their means to diminish their amount.
Thank you, Fiona. We appreciate that insight of the district. Tom.
Yeah, very similar points is that I know it's not Westwood, but Hammer Springs is determined to reduce its debt, and any loss of funding is going to impact upon that. I would also, so you know, Ross's variation is very favourable to me, or something along that, some iteration of that. If we went with the 40-20-40, which is mentioned here, it's a rates increase of 0.13%. We've just saved 11%. 0.13% is a minuscule proportion of that. I'm favouring either the 40-20-40 or some variation of Ross's that East and West are no worse off and South benefits.
Thank you, Vanessa, and then I'll go to you, Dave.
Through the chair, I think we've probably got a consensus around the table that nobody wants to see a reduction in any community, and I think we could look at that as a starting point.
Yep. That's a fair comment. Thank you. Dave.
Yeah, no, listening to everybody, I think it's somewhere between Ross and what Robbie is saying. I think the advantage that the rural communities have got versus the Emily, the rural communities, it's our nature, we get out and just not ask the council for money, we'll raise money ourselves. So it's, maybe that's a culture, it's, I don't know how you're going to bring into Amberley as a township or into a town to be able to mimic that a little bit more, because I probably get sick of all the time everybody is asking for money, asking for that. So, and then I sort of see with Tom, it's only a small amount, but and the contestable fund is always for those extra things, and so if someone, some, communities wanting something extra that's not core, and figure out how you're gonna make the money and not just ask the council for it. So I don't want to increase probably the amount of money, but spread it about. And I'll use an example where in the Murray, they were wanting to put another swing set in the council park. Pretty easy, just ask the council for the money. My suggestion, well, the Lions Club's always like to do things with kids. Do a collaborative project. When I go back in my other hat working with Doc. Doc has no money, councils have no money. So we work with different people and we have lots of things happening. So, yeah.
Just checking in, make sure Karen doesn't, so you're, yep, so I'll come back to, I'll go to you one second and then I'll go to you, Pauline. Thank you.
I'm just thinking about the history of it, when it was first brought in, it was for capital projects, because we found it was getting that seeding funding to start a project, you know, community, I could take examples like the tennis courts at Gore Bay. We used that, we built up our Christable funds, so we had enough, and then we went to the ratepayers, so we got other groups to put money in, and that built the tennis courts. We actually even put money into the district reserve on the toilets at Cheviot Hills, which really should have been paid by the district, but we actually used some of our contestable funds to get it going really, because it was always in the too hard basket. Every year it came to council, it was push back, and the old ones was just, they were pretty disgraceful. So that got that. I'm just giving examples how important it is for these smaller communities to have that seeding money, and it's usually that, and the community keeps those, a lot of those things, the maintenance of them after they're going, like the tennis courts, they don't come back to the council here asking for money to maintain it. If it needs a new net, they find the money. It's not like it's always running back to council. So, you know, I just think it was put there for a start, there's seeding money to get things started on capital projects. It's been the history of it. It's just, there's quite a few capital projects in Cheviot which people, we want to use, you know, we're building it up for a reason. You know, you look at it and think, well, what's there going with money sitting there? But there's projects and we know we need to get it to a certain amount of money so we can get things moving.
Thanks for that history. Thanks, that's important. Pauline.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. Look, I absolutely appreciate everything that's been said and the understanding of how important that seed money, you know, if you want to call it that, is for small communities. And I absolutely respect what Councillor Harris has said and Councillor Daly has backed up, that, you know, communities do pop that money away so they can build up to do something bigger. And I can separate absolutely that they have money sitting there because they have done that. But I think the wider issue for me here as a Southwood councillor is, in the Southwood, we've been receiving so much less than any of the other wards, that we have been, I guess, starved of the ability to be able to put that money aside, or to put any money aside. And we are in the Southwood committed to paying off debt. And Tom, you mentioned that that's really important in your community. That's really important in the Southwood, so much so that the Southwood has proposed an increase to, you know, our rating area to ensure that we pay off our debt. And I in no means suggesting at all that it's a good idea to diminish from everyone else. I think that those funds are being used, they're being used sensibly, they're being used well. It's just that us in the Southwood, actually we have been robbed, to be honest. And I just wanted to respond to the comment in regards to you know, rural people go out there and they raise money and they don't just come to council. In the Southwood, we've been doing that because we've had to, because we have not had, as an example, the $30,000 that the Westwood have had. We've had $10,000. So we have community groups that have had to do that, and they have done that. And a good example of that, I guess, is Bluefield Beach with their pump track. That's a good recent example. Yeah, Coppard Reserve, absolutely. So, I do take offence for my South Ward constituents at any suggestion that because we are a more urban area that actually we don't have the volunteers and the drive to go and get those projects done. But we have a barrier that's been in front of us for a number of years, and it's a barrier of equity, that this is our opportunity to do something about that. And what I guess that I'm also advocating for is whatever we do decide today, that this is not lost and that we have an opportunity for subsequent councils to revisit it as our district continues to evolve, whether that be population wide or wise or needs based. So I mean, I'm ready to put a resolution, but I sense that there may still be some discussion to be had. But yeah, I just want it to be really, really clear that we don't want to take away from anybody else. We understand the power of that. It's just that we haven't had that power. So we're looking to look after our patch, and we don't want to take anything from anybody else. It might just mean that we have to look at it in a district-wide perspective.
I guess the only comment I may have the privilege of sitting in on most people's community committees or community board meetings, and I'm incredibly aware of the desire of communities to achieve, and with that fund, how important it is for that fund for not just in the South Ward, actually across the whole district, that funding that comes by favour of the surplus, the $60,000 we're talking about, actually is often, well, always considered, thoughtful and solution focused for every community. So I do not hear any community being frivolous or fanciful in the use of that funding across the whole district, and I'm very clear about that. So, but there is an opportunity here, and Karen, I haven't heard from you. Are you comfortable or just conscious that your community uses that money pretty wisely as well, and it's not sitting with a bucket full of money in its contestable fund either, is it? So,
indeed,
quite keen to hear from you.
Thank you. I was just wanting to hear what others had to say. I actually agree with the point that Lisa made earlier. I think the starting point should be that we don't reduce anyone's funding, and happy to hear what Pauline's submission is. But for me, hearing how many reserves there are in the South Ward, like hearing the breakdown of numbers, albeit that it's not land area, I wouldn't like to see any loss of funding for our area or for any other areas, but it would make sense to me to make it more equitable, that perhaps the South Ward, following the kind of principles relating to both population base and numbers of reserves, that South Ward perhaps could have a 20,000 increase, bringing it in line with the 30,000 in West, and leaving East and West as is then. That was sort of the way I was thinking, but I'm not sure what others would already had a thought as well around that.
So, and can I just be clear before I tease that out and get, is it an assumption that the funding still is derived from the surplus of the Hammer Springs Falls Park?
From my point of view, I was thinking that we continue to use the current money and top it up
out of rates, yeah. Okay, I just need to tease that out from everybody as well. So, because we need to get some clarity of how it might be divided, but actually how it's going to be funded. If this is the 60 bucket, how's it? If there is going to be a top up, or are we just going to conform within that 60,000? So we need to just tease that out a little bit more in my mind. Robbie, thank you.
That's the question I'm really interested in, is where the 60 comes from. Further on in reports, we're talking, as I say, poor old Hanra, it's the cattle beast with the hollow arrow and it's not there. I don't want to believe it dead. And I'm just just wondering about that one. We've got a report coming later on around how the Hammer Falls is going. And I read the last month's meeting and it was like we're pretty confident how things might go in March. Well, unfortunately, they haven't gone as what we thought in March. That plays in my mind too, is just how much we try and take out of the Hammer. So it may be, Karen suggested that if it's going to be increased, it's got to be topped up from somewhere else.
In your mind, thinking that is a deep focus, you know, like a rating focus.
But we keep sort of piling things on Hammer as if it's just a, you know, goose that laid the golden egg, but I think the old goose is starting to struggle a bit at the moment. We just got to be aware of it.
And I guess, you know, we could use that discipline as well as far as adding to our rating base, that actually our community will be funding that also. You know, it's our ratepayers that will be funding that increase. So, you know, we have to weigh that up.
I'm aware that submissions are out, people are going to come back with different things, and there may be something we go, oh yeah, that's sort of happen. So that final 3.2, where we are now, you know, that may, other things may influence that. So the small amount we're talking about influencing with is like, you know, perhaps I could live with that. But I'm just aware, trying to keep a lid on things a bit too.
Cool. Okay. Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, just along those lines, just working out a few figures there. If we did this by my reckoning, and I'm sure Jason would be far more accurate than me, but the 30-20-30 would be a 0.062% of an increase, and a 30-20-40, which might be more appropriate based on population as well as reserves, would be a 0.1% by my reckoning, but thereabouts. So I would be quite happy to propose either of those if it's the will of council.
Yeah. I've got so many scribbles on my piece of paper here now, I'm struggling to find out where I am.
Turn it over.
Okay, so we've got some options coming forward here, and a consideration that the 60, I think this is what I'm hearing, the 60 would come out of surplus would pool, and the surplus would come out of percentage rate increase. I think that's what I'm hearing. And it's somewhere around 30 west, 20 east, 20 south. That's kind of where I'm heading at this point. Yeah. All right.
So it makes much more sense to have the contestable fund funded from the pool surplus and to increase the rates in the district reserves area for the shortfall. So the pool surplus is applied, number one, to the contestable fund, and then whatever's left over from that is applied to the district reserves. So it makes sense that that you increase the amount taken out of the pool surplus and increase the rates for the district reserves.
Yeah.
So otherwise it just becomes a bureaucratic
Messy. Yeah, that's right, but messy. Okay.
If you're of the mind to do that.
Yeah, okay, so I'm looking for some direction.
I'll just make a final point. So if we are going to increase the rates, the burden of that falls more on the South Board than anywhere else. Look at where the rates are paid from.
Yeah.
So the South Board is partly going to be paying for its own.
Yeah.
Largesse.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, everything we do is going to, it's just another lever, isn't it, really? I'm, you know, I think it's important that we probably try and get somewhere sensible in the next few minutes around this. So, Pauline?
I was just going to say, Hamish, given that you've just pointed that out, because I was actually going to ask about that. Is there a way that you can see around that?
I'll make an officer recommendation.
Right. I think I get a sense that nobody should be any worse off through this discussion or scenario. And if there is an ability to support the increased demands, and I'm not sure I'm adding much weight to the number of reserves, because many of those reserves actually don't get any or very little spent on them. So, but I think everybody will factor that in. But it would be good to look to see if we've got a position, a recommendation, and how that funding might be achieved. So who would like to kick me off on that one? Thank you, Pauline.
Yeah, I'm going to give it a go. We'll test a motion and see where to go from there. I do agree. I don't believe that anybody should be any worse off. And I do think that current contestable funding money has been well spent and is being well spent across the district for those communities that are receiving it. So I'm advocating here for my Southwood constituents. So I am going to propose that the council adopts a split of the contestable fund based on population within the existing wards of West Ward 40,000, East Ward 20,000 and South Ward 40,000. And I think that would cover, does that explain enough that we use the surplus, or do I need to add a sentence in for that?
So we're talking 100 grand here, 40, 20. Okay.
So do I need to add a sentence in there, Hamish, in regards to that the entire funding of that $100,000 would come from the surplus?
Yeah, I think it wouldn't hurt to do that. Noting that will lead to a rates increase.
Yep, I understand that. So that the council adopts a split of the contestable fund funded from the Hanbury Springs Thermal Pools and Spas surplus based on population within the existing wards of West Ward 40,000, East Ward 20,000, South Ward 40,000, and that council will review the contestable fund allocation on a 3-yearly basis. Because I think that is important, that we don't find ourselves back in this situation again. So that's my starter.
Okay. We're going to get ourselves into trouble. And we're just thinking about standing orders. Have we got an opportunity if this doesn't achieve a seconder or it doesn't fails, that we've got an opportunity to review the status? I'm just checking.
Do you mean a different split?
Yeah.
Of the space?
Yeah, it will, we need to get a seconder for this motion, but if the motion doesn't achieve, and I'm not making any suggestion, have we got an opportunity to have a second motion that might be not too dissimilar, but have different numbers factored into it?
Well,
would be okay?
Of course, it's always your discretion to determine this, but I guess the key contention is the split of the fundings, I suppose. Just a variation of another funding.
Yeah, okay. Just sorry. I just
it
wanted
did go through my mind that we
wanted to
didn't want to
check.
be in that procedural hole of it fell down and then we weren't able to make a similar
secondary motion is what I was seeking. So yeah, I just wanted
Appreciate
to clarify that before I sought a seconder and or what the outcome of that would be. I've got a few more hands up and I think they might be about clarification rather than seconding. So I'm not, can I go to Vanessa and Ross and then I think Robbie, you've got.
I was just thinking to hone it down a bit before we put the final. That was my fault.
Okay, so tell me your thoughts.
My thoughts through the chair is a 30, 20, 30. So we're looking at an 80k instead of 100. That way no one loses and the South would get the gain that they need. It's never going to be enough because we've got lots of respect, but with a guaranteed 3-year review, I think that's a palatable option.
Got all those motivated people.
Is that what you were thinking?
Well, thank you, Madam. Yeah, look,
Come back to you, Pauline.
I was just wondering whether Pauline would change it to a, and I'm putting my neck on the line for a Westwood, but keeping it at 30 for Westwood, because we're happy with that, and we really appreciate having that money. It's not taken for granted. This funding sits. We see it every month in our community figures. and it builds up and there's important projects that get done because of that. So we really appreciate that. And we use it frugally, and I'm not saying anyone else doesn't. But I would say, as my fellow councillor here, that we would be happy with it at 30 for West Ward. And if Cheviot's happy with 20. And for me, either 30 or 40 for South Ward. And so that, to me, is the debate in the motion.
So we've heard from you guys. Robbie, did you have something you'd like to, and then I'm going to come back to you for that.
No, I'm hearing what Ross is saying, but I'm feeling uncomfortable about pushing your own thing too much, but just recognise that there is an imbalance there that's sorted. And as I'm very aware that South Ward hasn't frittered anything because they haven't been frittered.
So Pauline, I'm going to come back to you as the proposer of that motion, and just if you consider it to the input from fellow councillors to see if there is, and then we'll see if we get a seconder and we'll get through.
Yeah, it is the equity that I'm seeking across the district, and that's the reason that I use the words based on population. It would feel inequitable to me, given that the west and the south have a very similar population base. It would feel really inequitable for South Ward to take 40 and West Ward to remain on 30. So that's why I think the whole issue is the inequity, and I don't want to create a different inequity. So it may be that I'd consider amending the motion to simply that it's $100,000 fund or a whatever number, but let's say $100,000 fund that is split based on population. That feels fair. So I guess that's where I was coming from with my equity. I don't want to take anything away from the Westwood. It just doesn't feel right that South would get more.
It feels to me actually that we need to be very clear and give officers good direction, and I think asking that split to come, I think we need to put it in a motion about how that split's going to be derived. So I'm just going to hold on to those thoughts, and I want to hear from Vince, and then I want to hear from Tom.
Now, just a question on how much of the general rate now goes in that rate pay, because we're talking about getting a rating to top it up. So how much is the general rate pay already paying for reserves in the district? You know, we've not talked about that. Even in our amenity of reserves and our district reserves, there'd be quite a bit of money going in there already. So I just keep thinking, you know, you're just going to just keep taking money, and you might be better off not having it. Just not even having a contestable fund, because can we really as a district afford it now? We did it at the time because we had a big surplus. And we had to sort of, how do we get this out of the way? We had this big surplus at the polls. It was one way of putting the money out there, but you know, are we already paying a whole lot into it already?
Yeah, in the current annual plan budget, there's $2.9 million worth of rate money going into cemeteries, public toilets, libraries, and district reserves. In previous iterations, pre-2015, they were all funded from application of the surpluses from the pools, but since we have capped the surplus, the use of the surplus to allow repayment of debt, there is a portion of those costs that are now funded from general rates, which every other community has to fund funding towards those facilities. The 1.5 million that is used from the dividend from the thermal pools currently is So it is applied, there's 74,000, or 1.6 million, which is proposed for the next financial year. 74,000 goes to offset the tourism board funding, which has always been a component. There's 70,000 going into cemeteries, 180,000 into public toilets, 326,000 going to offset some of the costs of the libraries. There is 262,000 going in to offset the cost of the district reserves, which does include the contestable fund allocation. 160,000 is going into the youth program, and then we've got 230,000 of overhead components relating to reserves throughout the district that the surplus is being used for. So we still are actively using 1.6 million of the profits from the thermal pools to offset reserve costs, but certainly not to the level that we were previously doing with a large amount of profit and a large amount of retained earnings.
Madam Mayor, can I ask a subsequent question related to council in regards to funding? So with the current motion that's on the table, the 40-20-40, and that all coming from pool surplus, then the 0.13% would come from district-wide reserves rating. Is that going to tip us over the 30% UAC?
It will be adjusted because we do adjust the UAGC to fit within the 30%. So it's and we have a floating balance relating to that to make sure that we have that 30%.
So we've heard from Vince. I think I was going to go to Tom, so thank you.
Yeah, just a very quick point that whilst I accept that there is a disproportionate balance of population in the area, I would remind that our very, very small ratepayer base in the West Ward is actually paying for all those 5,000 plus tourists every weekend. So there's a small ratepayer base that's actually generating this money and actually is paying for the facilities of sewage, water, roads, and rubbish and grass grading that is actually coming from the visitors rather than the local ratepayers.
Is that your hand clicking or not?
I'm wondering.
Yeah,
Further to, through the chair, further to Councillor White's recommendation, I will restate a 30-20-30. For me, I think is a palatable option for us right now. And most equitable.
Yeah, with the review. Yeah, okay. Look, I think what I'm going to do, this is, you know, this brings out the best and, you know, in who we are and how we're advocating for our districts, and that is exactly what your jobs are as we sit around this table. But when we walk through the door, we're here to consider the impact of the district as a whole. And I think that's what I've heard in the tone of this discussion. But I would, rather than actually taking a recommendation or a resolution now from you, Pauline, or seeking a seconder, what I'm proposing to do is that we actually break for lunch, that you have a consideration of the wording, and then we'll bring that back immediately when we return at 1 o'clock. Does that sit comfortably with you? I'm just not sure whether we're ready to and I think that a little bit of a pause might be really helpful to consolidate the best outcome that we are seeking as a district. So, okay, everybody sit comfortably with that? All right, thank you. We will break for lunch and we will be back here just after 1 o'clock. Thank you. Good afternoon, councillors. Welcome back, and we have still got to consider the contestable fund. We've had a thorough and insightful discussion about options, proposals, the integrity of being as peer, and also considering that we don't want any community to be in any less position than what this process has, or this discussion has provided us. So that's what I have heard to date. But I guess we've got the beginnings of a resolution. Thank you, Pauline. And so if there is no further discussion that you have considered, sorry?
I think, is it being seconded yet?
No, I'm just trying to capture our minds. Yeah, we've had some ebbing and flowing around how the numbers should sit, but I think there is a basic principle that we're all working on here. Pauline, I'm going to come back to you because you were close to putting a proposal in front of us to test that, I guess, and then then we'll see where the democratic decision making actually sits with the voting as well. So can you perhaps are you willing to supply us with a resolution when then I will seek a seconder, and then we'll work through that voting process. So thank you.
Yeah, absolutely, thank you, Mayor. And I think you've captured well the discussion that I wish for no one to be worse off, and I'm looking for equity across our district. So I am going to remain firm on the motion that I put forth before the break, which was that the council adopts a split of the contestable fund based on population of $40,000 to the West Ward, 20,000 to the East Ward, 40,000 to the South Ward, and that it is solely funded from the Headmist Springs thermal pools and spas surplus, and that there will be a 3-yearly review cycle undertaken by council.
Sorry, I didn't quite hear, did you say 3-year review?
3-yearly review cycle undertaken by council.
Yeah, okay.
And I've added that in, and I spoke to this earlier, to ensure that as our district continues to evolve and growth continues across the district, needs change, then we can revisit whether or not we feel that it's an appropriate allocation.
So councillors, you've heard the split in the funding that has been proposed. Do I have a seconder for that resolution?
Yeah, look, I'm not going to let Pauline hang on this one because I can see the intent is to try and get a fairness going forward. So I'll second this to test the water.
Okay, thank you. Is there, you've all got clarity of mind of what the resolution is, and we now have a seconder for that. So if there's no further questions, all in agreement to that, please raise your hand. 3. Those against, please raise your hand. Thank you, those numbers well. Any abstention? Thank you. So that motion does fail. So I'm just now going to ask for a further resolution. Lisa?
Through the chair, I propose that council adopt a split of the contestable fund based on population within the existing wards, but it's based on a 30-20-30 split with the 3-year.
Yeah. And funded through the surplus of the correct. Is that what you're saying? Yes. Okay. Is there any further discussion on that, or do I have a seconder for that motion? Seconder for that motion?
Just clarification, because if we're doing it on population, 30-20-30 is not, they contradict each other. So I think you'll either say 30-20-30, or you say population based on a cap of X.
I don't think I heard population in your resolution.
Yeah. Chair, Hamish, can you remind me what population is sitting at the moment with
40, 20,
It is-
40.
It is, isn't it? So that's, so my word population therefore is correct. 30.
Not with 30, 20,
No, population of the west and south is 40%, and I've said 30 grand, 30 grand.
Yeah, it's
It's not
20,
40%.
it's out of whack in that regard, but
It's-
just
it's-
take the word population out and go
Yeah.
30, 20, 30.
Yeah.
Well, the 30 and the 30 is based on the equal population though, so we're looking at an 80 grand overall, not 60.
Yeah.
So it is, my split is still based on population.
No, it's Eastwood's one.
Eastwood's out of whack.
So I think if you're, Vanessa, I think I'm understanding the intent of what you're proposing. And it may well be easier to suggest that your recommendation is that the West Ward receives $30,000, the East Ward receives 20, and the South Ward receives 30. I think that's what I'm
saying.
hearing.
Yes.
Yeah.
But can I, sorry to,
Yeah.
the officer recommendation is talking about it being based, the split being based on population within the existing wards, which is the recommendation of 40, 20, 40. Right, so the 40 and the 40 are based on the equal population. My argument is 60, 20, 30, 20, 30 is the same thing.
The Eastwood
Except the
population
East Ward is
small.
disproportionately lower.
Yes, but
Be 40%
yes,
of
but
the
the East
80.
Ward are getting that at the moment, and they still would be getting the 20 based on the population of the officer recommendation.
Yeah,
Anyway.
I think we
It's the same,
understand.
it's the
but-
same principle, it's the same ratio, as we're talking 30 grand instead of 30 grand.
Okay, so have we got clarity of thought? You know, we're looking to take this to the vote as well, so can I just get maybe a capture from, Graham, I just want to get the wording.
We can read it again.
Thank you.
I move that we accept the officer recommendation that the council adopt a split of the contestable fund based on population within the existing wards of 30 grand in the West Ward, 20 grand in the East Ward, and 30 grand in the South Ward.
Funded by the surplus of funds
Funded by the
and
surplus of
regular.
pools to be reviewed every 3
years.
years.
Is there some certainty around, yeah?
What was the percentage of the amount of money each time? Was it 30, 20, 30?
Okay. So Vanessa has proposed that. Do I have a seconder? Are you seconding, Ross?
I'll second that.
On the wording that has been proposed.
Which was the same as Pauline's, except taking out the population and the leading out to the same.
Okay. So I've got, clarification, I've got a mover and a seconder, so, comment?
Clarification, really. And I'm sorry, and it may feel like we're in the weeds, but actually mathematically, our population is split 40%, 40%, 20%. The funding that's been put forward using the word population split is 30%, 30%. Well, it's 30, 20, which doesn't equal.
No, just to clarify, sorry.
I think we need to clarify that
We
if
need to
we're
clarify.
retaining the words population basis.
Just be with me.
The reason why the officer recommendation was based on giving the West Ward 40,000 and the South Ward 40,000 is because we have an equivalent population or thereabouts, right?
In
So the
relation to the East
$30,000
Ward.
the $30,000 is not, it's 6 of one, half dozen of the other. It's no income. Hamish will explain it.
Untangle it for us.
So we're getting tangled up between the percentages and the dollars.
Correct.
So my original recommendation was 24 for the West, 12 for East, and 24 for South. That was a 40%, 20%, 40% split of $60,000. If we took a 40, 20, 40 split of $80,000, that would be 32 for South, 32 for West, and 16 for East. So if you take the word population out and say, you just want to split 30, 20, 30 dollars, don't worry about the population.
That's what I'm clarifying.
I think that's where we were heading towards, and in my mind, that's what I was
So
understanding.
therefore, my reasoning for giving the West Ward through the chair and the South Ward, the same amount, is based on the similarity in population. That's what I'm alluding to.
Totally understand.
It's got nothing to do with the figure itself. It's just that the division of $80,000 is given equally there and here based on that population. That's what I was, that's why the word population should be left in there.
Okay. So we've got to move in a second, and we've had that one clarification. Vince, thank you, Vince.
I'm just with the population dribble down, if you're going to do it, how does it work then for the West Ward? You've got Hamner, you've got how you're going to split it between those groups, like even Fiona and I, we're on the East Ward, we've got the old Glenmark Ward and the Cheviot Ward. Do we go population again, or what? I'm just trying to get in my head how the practicality of how we spread it in those two wards. It's easy in Amberley because you've just got a close little.
Well, I think if you think about the proposal, the recommendation, it would, in the West Ward, Hammer Springs would get 10, Murray would get 10, Hiranui would get 10, and the Glenmark and Cheviot, in this configuration, you continue to get your 10, so that's at no better off position. But in this proposal, the South Ward would get an increase of $20,000. Thank you, Karen, in my head. So you go from $10,000 to $30,000 under this proposal. Okay? So that's where it sits.
Yeah, the other question was, so where are we funding this out of?
The surplus of the pools.
Who's going to fund it?
Pools can't fund it. That will result in a rates increase,
Yeah.
$20,000 rates increase.
Yeah. Okay, is your mind settled, Pauline?
Yes, my mind is settled. Can I speak in regards to the motion? I am going to, I will vote in favour of the motion, but I just do want it recorded that while I'm very, very comfortable that this increases the equity, it does still leave some inequity across our district. But I think that this is a great stepping stone towards, I guess, levelling the playing field.
Good on you. Thank you. Thanks for that graciousness. Did you have anything on to add, Fiona? I think I saw your hand up.
No, I think it's all been teased out.
Okay.
Happy to.
Is there a sense of comfort? Everybody understands. We've got a resolution moved and seconded by Vanessa and Ross, and we've had some further clarification to that.
Well, let me read it again because I'm not totally sure where we landed.
Yep, that's a great
Sure
idea.
that's what the intention was. That the council will accept the officer recommendation and adopts a split of the contestable fund funded entirely from the Hammer Springs Thermal Pools and Spa surplus based on population within the existing wards as follows: West Ward $30,000, East Ward $20,000, South Ward $30,000, and that the council will review the contestable fund allocation on a 3-yearly basis.
I still think you've got to, based on population needs to be in or out, because at the moment it's conflicting.
Truly, it's not a.
Through the chair, would it help if we had something like a population ratio? Or something to at least give some loose guidance as to how we've justified the split? That's all I'm after. I mean,
yeah, I mean, I think we are tying ourselves up in knots, but I think if it's important to add that word to further clarify in your mind as a mover, and if Ross was willing, sure, but we'll see how we go. Are you guys got a hands up? Yep. Tom, I think you have as well. So, Dave.
Well, we're debating over $20,000, which Dan has spent in about a couple of hours doing something. That's not an hour. If you want it to be population basis, Cheviot has to take a bit of a haircut, so you have to take the population thing out of it. So we just need to move on. Yeah.
I don't disagree at all, Dave, actually. I'm just going to leave that with the movements in the Karen.
So I was thinking of, I mean, I would support the motion in terms of the split because I think it does restore some relativity. In my mind, what I would be doing is supporting status quo for the West and the East wards, you know, so we're not changing them and they can carry on as is. But what we're doing is introducing a sense of equitability around the comparison between the West and the south population. So if we bring the south up to the west, then it keeps most of it the same, but the south will get the benefit that they haven't had until now. And so that's how I made sense of it in my mind, rather than the way it was described by Vanessa. But I mean, in principle, for me, I'm fine with it, but I do think the wording as it stands is probably not quite reflecting what it should. Mathematically.
I mean, it's really given great clarity, thank you. It's got status quo for west and east, and it's an increase to south. That's kind of what we're, regardless of all that other stuff, so. I might have to get some guidance on this one if we need to change that, but Tom?
Yeah, I was just going to say that using ratios or percentages, east should be half of south and west if you are going to use the strict proportions or ratios or percentages. But we are not using the 40%, 40%, 20% population split. We're doing it as a financial split of 30, 20, 30,000, and it is irrelevant to population size.
So with, I'm sure that the minutes, without changing the resolution, the minutes of Karen's succinct and clear explanation would reflect, would we need to change the wording of the resolution? Because I think the storytelling would probably reflect the outcome.
It's difficult for me to say, Madam Mayor, because everyone has different views on this, but it's really up to the mover and seconder to decide on the wording of the resolution.
Through the chair, the council adopt a split of the contestable fund within the existing wards. So we give no reason as to what we're basing our split on.
And do you want to add?
And the rest.
Status quo of west and east with an increase?
No, I'm happy to leave that. I don't think it's needed.
So how's officers going to know how to make the money? I think you need to, in my opinion, if I was going to give any advice and following on from this, that actually the resolution should reflect that the status quo remains for the contestable fund for the east and west ward, with an increase to the south ward from $10,000 to $30,000. And if we could word it like that, that's in my mind is quite clear, based on your information.
Okay, I'm happy with that.
So, mover, seconder?
I'm happy to second that,
Okay, sorry, Graham. Does that give you a bit more guidance?
Yes, Madam Mayor.
You want to read it out?
Sorry. That the council retains the status quo for the contestable fund allocation for the east and west wards, agrees to increase the south ward allocation to $30,000, funded entirely from the Henry Springs Thermal Halls and Spa surplus. And that the council will review the contestable fund allocation on a 3-yearly basis.
Happy? Happy? Everybody has a shared understanding? Are you ready to vote? Okay. All in agreement to that, please say aye. Aye. Those against? Motion's carried. Thank you, everybody. You're right, Dave. Small amount of money and Harrison can be but it's no less meaningful for the communities that we represent. That's a lot. It is a lot of money for our communities. So we mustn't reduce the decision making capacity. So councillors, you'll recall we've got someone coming in at 2 o'clock. I think 2 o'clock and 2:15, and we're going to defer the Eastern Reserve, the Village Green Development Plan, till after that we've heard from those gentlemen. So I propose now that we look at information items. We've got no discussion items. And we'll begin with our financial report, Jason. Okay, happy with that, councillors? And we'll work through the rest of the agenda. Thank you.
Right, thank you, Madam Mayor. So this is the financial report for the first 9 months of the financial year. So in the way it's been presented, got the financial report on pages 70 through to 94. And I'll just quickly go through the, if there's any questions, please shout out. So overall on page 70, total income was 49 million, against a budget of 45.5 million. Then our total expenditure shade under 51 million, quite consistent with what we had allowed for in the budget. And our total capital spend for the first 9 months was 16.5 million. Our budget for the 9 months was 14 million, so doing ahead of time. So it's broken down into the activities, so water, and numbers are there. In the month of March, we've received the funding from Waimakariri for the Ashley Water consumers, so that evens out the rates for the year. And then key variances obviously highlighted there. Development contributions were down on what we had allowed for in the budget. The amount of wage allocation to water has been lower than budgeted for, but it's been offset by some of the operating costs being higher.
Jason, just for a minute, I think Ross has got a question.
Sorry, Jason, you're in full flight. Look, just backtracking to page 68 there, and the rate arrears, and everyone else will have noticed too, but 11.5% decrease in the amount of amount owing, which is I'm surprised you didn't say anything about it.
We'll get on to that. Doing the financial report.
But this was ahead of that. This was in the first one.
Thanks, Jason.
Okay, back where you were.
Overspend on some of the operating costs, but that was mainly electricity, which we talked about earlier, and interest costs for the period are up on budget, and again, that's more a reflection that we've done some of the capital work ahead of time, but also the fact that the average interest rate that we allowed for in the budget took a bit longer to get there than was anticipated. And also there's just you can see we've got the offsetting component of the interest received there as well. I'll explain that any better. And the capital expenditure items there, we're about 800,000 ahead of what we allowed from the budget, and we've got the capital expenditure report following, which shows where we spent those. Did the work. So page 72 is Three Waters Stimulus NTU, the transition funding. So we've still got a bit of the funding left over, and as we move forward with potential changes to the way water structured, that available funding will be utilised. And 73 is sewer, which in the variances there, development contributions, you'll see all the way through are lower so far this financial year than we had budgeted for. But as we know, the development is quite cyclical. The way we've budgeted the developments has been setting a goal for the full 10 years and then just averaging it out per year, but in reality it does flow quite differently.
Just ask for the chair, the Three Water Stimulus package, there's, if I'm reading it right, there's 99 left. We don't, with the upcoming changes, presumably we can only use that in a pretty narrow area. If we don't use that, is that a give it back thing or not?
No, I think there was funding allocated from the IA to assist the process.
So we're not gonna run out of things that we can use at all.
No, it's still actively used by a key staff member that's heavily involved with that, in that space.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And it is purely for consultants, fees and staff time involved with the process. The rest of sewer, again, a little bit more spent on employment as budgeted for. Offset by some of the external operating costs, particularly sludge management, which we're down on budget. And similar reasons, the interest cost is a little bit higher than what we had allowed for in the budget. Combination of the balance of the internal debt and also the underlying interest rates that we're applying. Page 74, stormwater, and we do have variances there in the employment costs or the wage allocation going into stormwater. We're also down on external costs and compliance consultants and some coastal operations. Capital expenditure is largely in line with budget for the period. Page 75 is roads and footpaths, and that's broken down into page 76, which is roading, and we've got timing variances here in both capital expenditure and the subsidies we've received. So as we move through the year, those timing variances will contract. Page 77 is roadside construction. Just underspent the 9 months on general footpath maintenance. There is a significant amount of capital expenditure there, but particularly the ones relating to the communities. Some of those won't be spent, they'll be just carried over until the next financial year. Coastal hazards, so with page 78, the key thing here is the work that's been undertaken on the bund at Amberley Beach. So there's still some expenditure expected in April. I think we're going to end up about 620,000 by the end of the financial year rather than the 700,000. But that forestry protection fund currently is sitting in a small amount of debt, but we do have some other funding to go in there to offset that.
Oh, sorry. Can I just ask, so the 620, that's proposed to be the total expenditure for that?
That was the amount that's forecast for this financial year. I suppose if there is more required next year, it would be there'd be a need to come back. That we have forecast that only 620,000 will be spent on that project.
Right. So that enabled the fund to be
renourished and
renourished. Thank you. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Just note on that project, we estimated early on it cost up to $750,000. There's some people who think they now have $130,000 to spend.
Yeah.
Case.
Yeah.
If the bond comes out to be about $650,000 at the current rate that's applied, it will take those properties that will be 17 years to repay that debt. Funds in the past have not lasted 17 years. So, that's a significant investment that those properties have made that mightn't last the full
good messaging. I know Vanessa and Pauline, you attend those meetings, you know, to ensure that each communities have a conceptual idea of what that funding capability is now, and yeah, okay, I'm sure we're all over it. Thank you. Sorry, if there's nothing else, we'll carry on.
Okay, page 79 is the group activity for public services, and it's broken down into community services on page 80, with the key variance being the additional grant funding that we've received in REA and Brad. That listing there. Page 81 is property. And, key variances there being both in revenue and in capital expenditure, and both are significantly linked to the soldiers block. Better off funding and other grant funding received and the cost. It's just page 82 is reserves. And there's a few minor variances.
Thank you. If I can, just in the notes for March, the donation for the Colvin Anzac Memorial Fund. So that came from council, from our, did that come from the district reserve fund?
No, that was external money coming into our fund.
Right, yeah, I thought so, because stunning monument that it is, and fantastic that it was. I just wanted to clarify that for anyone who's listening, actually, because it's my understanding that that was fairly much fully funded from outside, other than, of course, the heritage grant that they were awarded.
They did use a base fund of about 56,000 that was sitting there for I think that was proceeds from the sale of the community hall a million years ago. So
yeah, that's right. The old Memorial Hall, which is now the art gallery just on the north side of Moffat's Motors. It's called the Drill Hall. And so there was a public hall, and that hall was sold several years ago, and I think that 56,000 that you're referring to was their seed money for their $150,000 amazing monument that they produced. Yeah. So
the drill hall was originally donated by a member of the public who had it built for the amount of rifles.
It's very, very well followed through, isn't it? Yeah. To come to this fruition.
Used to be the picture theatre. Carry on.
Sorry. And there was your history.
Page 83 is the emergency services and underspend in the external costs there relating to the satellite broadband system and some training. Page 84 is a library, and key areas there is the development contributions that we are collecting for the expansion of the library are lower than what we budgeted. Westernization and transfer station charges are significantly above what was allowed from the budget, and bag sales, pretty much on target. And then group activity on page 86 for regulatory services broken down into resource management and planning. So some areas of underspend both in staff time and external consultants for the year. This reflects the lower level of activity. Page 88 is activity for compliance and regulatory function. Largely on budget for income, but expenditures over budget because of insurance. And that's particularly relating to the building. Page 89 is the thermal pools in Star. Reported a surplus of 121,000 for March, which is about 24,000 lower than what was budgeted for. So the variance that we're in the profit line that we're recording at the moment is about £500,000 lower than what was budgeted for, which was the amount that we allowed for as a forecast for the annual plan forecast for this year, leading into the end of the year. Page 90 is government and corporate, and that's broken down into governance on page 91, which is largely on budget. Treasury account on page 92. Internal interest paid and received is different to what we budgeted for because of the underlying interest rates are different to what we had average we allowed for in the budget. Other income is up on budget. Our rate penalties for the year is about 40,000 above budget, and our external interest is about 171,000 above budget. So we didn't have any budget for external interest, but when we do have spare cash, do put it in a interest bearing call account. Page 93 is corporate services, and largely on budget. I think we have talked about the recovery we received from Transpower for Woodbridge scanning and assessment. And finally, on page 94 is earthquake recovery account. The rate money here is over budget by 25,000, so we've been charging about $62 per annum, $62 per ratepayer for some time, and it's just the weight of more ratepayers. So that's the financial report, and as I mentioned before, the capital expenditure report is page 95 through to 99, and that just breaks down all the capital expenditures of the individual projects. So if you're interested in those specific projects, where our actual was at the end of March, where we still have commitments, comparing it against the budget. So hopefully at the page 99, the 16.5 million incurred to date is the same as what we've got on the front page of the financial report. That's the financial report now. The next component is the rate of arrears report, and it's just just provided the schedule plus the graphs, and as Councillor Barnes noted before, our total rate owing at the end of March was 1.078 million. At the same time last year it was 1.22 million, so there's been a decrease in the rate of arrears. We've still got $1 million outstanding, which is still of concern, but yeah, it just shows the benefit of being able to provide and put resources into that area where we haven't been able to before.
Yeah, so thank you, Madam Mayor. Just a question regarding that. But our rates penalties are over budget by 40,000. So we've got less people in debt, but yet we've got more.
Yeah.
How does that?
Yeah, I suppose we've always been quite conservative with our budget for rate penalties, even though at the end of the year we may have have recorded 250,000. We've left the budget at about 180,000 because of the hope that we won't charge anybody penalties, but it is there to as an incentive for people to, but in that respect, there is always, always got the discretion to be able to write off penalties or remit penalties if we get to a stage where the underlying rates have been paid. So that just provides a little bit of a buffer to be able to do that.
Thank you, Karen.
I just wondered, does percentage charge on the rates, would that be less now that our percentage, interest rates and stuff are coming down, or is it not related to that?
No, it's never, it's always been under the Rating Act, we can charge a maximum of 10% every time somebody misses an instalment, and also 10% on arrears at the end of June and arrears at the end of December. So, and it is a penalty. It's not an interest charge. It is a penalty.
I just wanted to express my concern that we are profiting out of the discomfort and of our least able. It's not a question, it's just a statement.
And if you see the list of remissions that I do on a monthly basis. I mean, and we're not there exactly to profit from people not paying, but it is there as an incentive for people to pay, or to provoke a reaction, if nothing else, because there's nothing worse than people just racking up debt and just throwing rates accounts in the bin and ignoring us. But we do have some difficult ratepayers that have significant amount owing that we are working through with their debt. And there will be next stage of going down legal proceedings to collect.
I mean, it's a double-edged sword, isn't it, really, because because the rest of the councillors, the rest of the ratepayers actually pick up the tabs for the failing of some people not to pay their rates, and we do respect that, and the demand on us to provide services that are equitable, that we had that discussion about, is of equal importance. So, it is, there is always a tension, isn't it, in finding that space. I think that this council has always been quite supportive to people have the ability to pay. The best thing we can advocate for is they actually have a conversation with Jason, who then has the ability to stage or put things in place to manage that. But it is a real tension that we're providing a business. So thank you, Karen. So
I think you've covered my point, which was I agree with Tom. I hate to think that we're profiting on other people's hardship, because they find themselves in circumstances where they can't meet their rating commitments. But I've always been heartened by Jason's provoke a reaction sort of thought, which is that if people are in that position, we just encourage them, and I know Jason would encourage them to contact him and try and make an arrangement so that those penalties are not accruing if the situation worsens.
Yeah, that's right. That's right.
Okay, the next component is the treasury account. That's on page 102. Onwards, so the debt level at the end of March remained at 77 million, but it had increased by 2 million during April. The full breakdown of the debt is on page 104, and the liquidity ratio, which needs to be above 110%, was 116%. In respect to liquidity and funding risk, we've met all the policy compliance. Page 103 is the interest rate risk assessment there. The number that's always a key number, almost buried amongst the information there, is the all-up average cost of funds, including margin, was 4.29%. So that was down from 4.37% at the end of February. There is it's in the bottom right-hand corner, Bancorp have just highlighted the fact that we have a breach, a very minuscule breach, as Miles has called it, where we have about $300,000 that is undercovered. But we're working through to make sure that we're within all those minimum requirements over the next couple of months.
Thank you, Robbie. Jason, page 103, total facilities in place, should that be % rather than dollars?
Where are you?
Total facilities in place, $87.
Oh, 80, yeah, it should be 87 million. It'll be good. Okay, just back to the covering report, just a couple of other notes here. The official cash rate was reduced to 3.5% at the start of April. 90-day bank bill rate was 3.61 at the end of March. As of last night, it was 3.45. Mentioned about the slight breach in the policy bands. Now, as it's the end of March, every quarter we reset the internal interest rates. So top page 69, the weighted average cost of funds, as I mentioned before, is 4.29%. So that means the internal interest charge to communities that hold debt will be 5.29% for the April, May, June period, and the thermal policy will be 6.29%. Both substantially down on, well, significantly down on the same point at the end of December, and the deposit rates started to fall as well with the drop in the short-term interest rates. That sits at 3.75%, down from the 4.3% at the end of December.
Okay, so I'm obviously not an accountant, but the graph with the council cost of funds compared to the OCR and BKBN, our little blue lines that are past the other two, and getting up the time and interest rates things coming down. Does that track down and follow, or what's going on there? How does that?
Yeah, it'll go, well, probably going to change in April because if you look at page 104, there's almost all the way down, there's a fixed rate tranche of their debt. It was 3 million that I took out way back in September 2020 at a all-up interest rate of 0.88%. That's matured, so we don't get the benefit of that in the future. So that matured at in the middle of April. So the number will change slightly for external interest rate. Overall interest rate will change slightly as a result of that, but it is offset by the fall in the underlying 90-day bank bill rate, which we've got a significant amount of our debt based on floating rates, so we get the benefit of that as well. And hence, those falling interest rates have been allowed for in next year's annual plan or the draft annual plan, with the intention that the interest rates will drop.
Yeah, thanks, Jason.
And yeah, so page 107 through to 111 is just the breakdown of the individual internal debt. And as I've always looked at page 109, which has the Three Waters debt and Thermal Ponds debt. So Thermal Ponds debt at the end of March was 14.1 million. The debt relating to water was 47 million, sewer was 11 million, and sewer was 3.2 million. So yeah, they are the relative figures that would transfer into a.
Hello, Jason, thank you. Councillors, we've gone through the March as normal. We have received that information and to note that there's a breach, it's a small breach, but it's a breach in a treasury policy, which is the officer recommendation that we consider that in this recommendation. So if there's no further questions for Jason, is there a willingness for someone to move? Fiona on second. If there's no further questions to this receipt of this information, all in agreement with that, please say aye. Aye. Those against? That motion's carried. Thank you, Jason. Really appreciate that again. So we're just running 5 minutes ahead of time, but I do note that we do have in the room Mr. John Wayers, who is wanting a deputation with us at 2 p.m. So if you're happy to 5 minutes early, John, and then at the conclusion of that, we have Mr. Jack Chisnell, who is going to speak to us also. So welcome to the table, John.
Thank you.
Yep, just in the centre there will be fine. I'll just remind you, John, that we have a convention that our council stands by, that we have, we offer 10 minutes for deputation, and at the conclusion of that, we've got a timer here, the conclusion of that, I'll ask councillors if they've got any questions of you, just to clarify what they've heard of you in your deputation here today. So if not, as long as you're clear on that, we'll progress with our 10 minutes. So welcome and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Mayor and councillors, for the time to speak to you today. This will be the third time I've spoken. About a year ago, going back now, about a year ago, I was at the market, and this is where this whole sort of started from for me. There was a pop-up stand there, and it was information related to the submissions process. And I asked about the Eastern Reserve, mentioned my concerns about the plan for international ground. The councillor present assured me that there was no intention of building that. What they needed was a cricket ground for the kids. The kids, he said, had nowhere to play, and that was the main purpose of having a cricket ground in that area. I considered the plan they were proposing and comments made, and that was when I decided I'd get involved in the process. At that time, the council asked for submissions for the development. I got quite involved with that, and we got a lot of good feedback from the residents in the area. We spent a lot of time on it. We put together a plan, and I think that went very, very successfully. I guess altogether, the council got about 200 in total for the submissions about reserves and parks, which was a good result. And 140 or 142 was for the Eastern Reserve. There does seem to be some confusion about this number in the press. But these are the numbers as were published in a letter to the editor, which clarified the situation. In regards to the Amber Eastern Reserve, there were 142, with only 12 for a cricket ground, and none specifically for an international standard ground. So if you hadn't read that article, that's basically the gist of it. So after the submission process, which I thought went quite well, it was some time, I think we were going to be seeing a plan about October that year, which never came out. So it was November when the meeting was held at Waipara. And really there'd been no plan at that stage, but I wanted to attend that meeting to just clarify our position of where we wanted to be with that. And I thought that went reasonably well. I was a bit disappointed that we got no feedback. No one asked questions, and I don't believe there was any discussion or feedback, and it was to do with what I presented at that time, which was a bit disappointing. I think that when I look back at the whole process now, I think the council has failed to listen to its residents and ratepayers. And we're now providing 80% of that land and 90% of the available finances for really basically about 10% of the community. It failed to protect and use the developers' contributions in the way that provides amenities and resources that are needed and wanted by local residents who provided those funds by purchasing land and properties in the surrounding area. There will be, unfortunately, while we do have 20% of the land left that we can actually use for, I guess, the rest of the community. Unfortunately, there will be little or no money left to be able to provide that to any sort of level. Moving forward, this reserve now, I believe, is being touted not only as a cricket ground, but a multi-sport or multi-use area. But I'm not sure what that means. It's going to be still severely restrained by the fact that there's a pitch block right in the centre of it. And I would question what benefit there would be in using it for much other purpose other than walking across. One of my main concerns at this point with this ground is I've done a little bit of research into cricket grounds just to find out a little bit about costs and upkeep. And the question will be, who will pay for it? Who's going to pay for the upkeep? To maintain this ground to the standard that it's been constructed will be expensive, tens of thousands of dollars a year at least. I note that Hagley Park, for instance, their cricket ground there, they say the cost for managing and upkeeping that for a year is about $300,000. So I'm hoping we won't be there. But also there's going to be need for specialist equipment, a huge amount of labour and work and I guess the question is who's going to be responsible for it? I would expect the mowing would come under normal upkeep as it is with all reserves. However, standard mowing practice will probably fall well short of what will be required for that ground. I mean, I look at the amount of money that's been spent on it and I've looked at how it's been prepared. I think it's going to be pretty critical that it's maintained correctly. And will cricket be responsible for meeting this cost, or will it fall on ratepayers? Who will probably pay in the end? Practice nets are also to be constructed in another stage. And as this is purely a cricket facility, I'm assuming that cricket will be responsible for the cost. And I don't see this as any different to the pitch, which is also the responsibility of cricket. Next question I have is, does the council have an agreement about the level of maintenance that needs to be achieved and maintained for this ground to be successful? We have a big investment and we want to see it protected. I'm sure that all of these items would have been discussed in the planning stages and agreed to well before construction started. Costs need to be kept under control, and as a ratepayer, I would like that to be confirmed and made known. In closing, I guess what I'd like to say is I'm pretty disappointed that the cricket ground was not just set up as a club level cricket ground, which is what Amberley needs. I won't disagree that they need that. And realistically, I think that's what it should be. Unfortunately,
I think this whole exercise, from the submissions right through to the meetings, has only ever been a box ticking exercise. And that decision to make this ground what it is was made a long time ago and has not changed. Times have changed, a lot of things have moved forward. When you think about what's happened in the last 10 years, it's now to build what I think is a ridiculous project in the middle of a fully residential area just makes no sense at all. But we have it now, and so we just need to move forward. During the whole process, another couple of things that happened to me, which was disappointing, is I tried to join ARAG, but I was refused. And at the time, I thought, okay, that's their prerogative. But when I looked into the charter for that group, they had no right to do that. I should have been accepted and been allowed to attend those meetings. So I want to make that point known. I will say that I did go to the Ombudsman with a complaint about the council and about the whole process. And while they did listen and they did deliberate, the end result was basically because councillors, as duly elected representatives of the council, voted in favour, then it went no further. And I understand that that's democracy and that's as it should be. I probably, if I'd have been more onto it, I probably would have got in earlier. And on the basis for that, I would say to councillors, your responsibility to the community, you should be absolutely sure of all the information and understand the feeling of the residents before you vote. Only 2 councillors had the fortitude to do that. You're representing your community, and your decisions will affect them and their families and their pockets. I think people need to be a bit more open-minded and thoughtful, and a lot of this could have been avoided, and we could have had a really great reserve with a cricket ground and all the amenities, and it could have all been paid for, and it would have been a great result. And Gary Jackson would not have been put in the position where he felt he had to resign because of those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you. Good timing. 30 seconds, I think, going by this watch. So well done. Thank you. Just remain seated there. You covered, I looked at the minutes actually, John, for when you spoke with us in November, some of the information you provided us again today, you spoke about in November.
Yep.
In general terms, we often look for new information when we receive deputations, but with the grace that you've come along today, I will suggest that maybe some questions from councillors. So I'll open that up now. Councillors, do you have any questions to further clarify what we've heard today? Thank you, Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you, John, for your presentation. Just really wanted clarity on your comment on the total area of Eastern Reserve, 20% of the vacant for community use.
It's about only 20, I would have thought. It could be 75, 25, but it's we'll start cutting hairs.
So community use, you don't see the cricket being part of it.
I see cricket as a sport that's played by players, half of whom probably don't even come from Amberley. And so I don't consider that to be the everyday use of people walking down to a park and using it for that purpose.
Can they not use it for that when cricket's not played there? I mean, I'm sorry.
The cricket ground itself you're talking about? Or the rest of the community? No, they can use the rest of it.
Okay. No, thank you.
Thank you, Ross. Is there any other questions? Thank you, Dave.
Yeah. So I'm a pretty pragmatic person, and I've always sort of, as a village green and club cricket field, as you've alluded to. So moving forward, clarification though, are you going to be trying to be part of what's going forward with 20% or?
I'm involved with it now, and I'm happy to continue to do that, absolutely. I'm open-minded about this whole thing. I look at the whole process of how it's evolved. It doesn't go the way that I think it should have gone. That's here or there. At the end of the day, it was voted on and that decision's made. But I couldn't leave it without at least discussing that one more time.
Okay, thank you. Vanessa?
Through the chair, thanks, John. You mentioned, or you echoed sentiment that it's being viewed as a multi-purpose sports area or an open sports ground, which I've also heard. But I mean, I know that you're looking at this area on a daily basis. What kind of other sports, in your mind or in your view, will be able to be played on that cricket ground?
I really don't know. Whether junior cricket can be played there, I don't even know how that would work. I mean, the thing's got quite a camber on it. The pitch is right in the middle of it. I'm not really sure, to be honest. I don't have any use for it. I don't think I'd be over there with my chipper and golf balls. I don't think they'd be too impressed with that.
Subsequent to that, can you see that there would be room there to play a full game of rugby or a full game of soccer for
I
argument's
don't see
sake?
it. I doubt that. I couldn't see how. I mean, you'd have to measure it, but I'd be pretty unlikely.
Okay, we're just seeking if there's any further questions in regard to what we've heard today from John's deputation. Anybody okay down the side? Anything here? No? Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to hear your insights, and you know, council have this has been a long process for many of us sitting around this table, and you know, we diligently work through the issues that are presented to us to arrive at the best place, and that's what we're doing in this regard as well. So yeah, it's good that you've come along, and you know, we've received that with the intent that you've provided. So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Jack, come forward. Are you happy just to sit there by yourself with your?
Okay, no, for me to sit?
Yeah, go for your life.
My croquet supporters.
Yeah, I see that, that's fine, yeah. So, Jack, thank you for coming along. I understand you want to talk about the size of the croquet court field. What's it? Lawn, thank you. I knew I'd strike it soon. But you've heard the usual convention, 10 minutes, 5 minutes for question. This isn't about deliberating or decision making, but it's about hearing the insights of our community. So that helps councillors, you know, have a considered understanding from a community perspective. So we'll launch into our 10 minutes, Jack. Thank you.
Don't take that long. Mayor, councillors, staff. Thank you for gazetting 2 croquet lawns on the village green. However, I must point out that for a viable club, it is desirable that at least 4 lawns are available. A team from Courage recently played in Blenheim, where both clubs have 6 lawns each. Rolleston, or Broadfield at Rolleston, are developing 6 lawns. Rangiora are pushing for the 5th and 6th lawn. Croquet is a sport that can be played year-round, and we at Courage, there's interest from clubs with grounds who are too wet in the winter, and as well as from local bowlers when their season closes. New Zealand Croquet has just had an international boost, with Levi Franks from the Cashmere Club in Christchurch winning the World Under-21 Championships in Florida. Thank you for your attention.
Thanks, Jack. Nice and succinct, thank you. I'm going to start off with a question. Can you tell me the size of the lawn, please?
Each lawn is 32 metres long by 25.6 metres wide. It can be butted up against one another without any intermediate strip.
Right. While I'm on the roll, can I ask, how many members do you have currently?
About 23. With 4 new ones along on Sunday, and it's looking promising.
Yeah. Thank you. That's happy. Ross, thank you.
Madam Mayor, just
regarding the fields, can they be used for anything else outside of croquet or once it's croquet, no one can run on it or chuck a frisbee or?
No wheelies or anything like that.
So it's more restrictive than a cricket.
I don't know of any precedent where any other sport is used on the croquet ground. It's got to be left pretty smooth.
Yes. Thank you.
Oh, thank you. I've got Vanessa and then Dave.
Through the chair. Hi, Jack. I noticed, I think, just to remind me, you play on a Wednesday and Sunday afternoon.
Correct.
Currently. With bigger courts away from home, you'll be in a position, I'm assuming, where you can have the facilities open more hours?
You could do, yes. You play too many days, there's too much wear on around the hoops. But,
another question, Jack, if you don't mind. I know that croquet is becoming a very attractive sport to younger people. That once the croquet is located in a situation such as the reserve, that it's actually going to start to attract a bigger audience.
it will do.
Do you agree with that?
Yeah, very much so. Yes. Behind the hedge at the moment.
Yes, yes, so the visibility is an issue. Thank you.
Thanks, Jack. Dave.
I'm just trying, you've probably answered half the question. One of my questions is the age dynamics of croquet. And I just having a bit to do around the country with country estates and places like that, where they seem to have croquet fields. I just wonder the location of croquet fields.
In case there is a club, the croquet fields there, they have a closed membership there at the moment, the same as Rangiora and Kaiapoi too. Sorry, Dave, the age.
Yeah, no,
Yes.
I'm just wondering, whether it's.
See a photo clip on the latest newsletter of a 101-year-old playing in Upper Hutt. So it does keep your brain going and keep you active. But
I get that, I just wonder,
Cashmere High School has still got an input from there. That's where they're training the young champs.
Just the location, where's the ideal location for croquet fields and Ambling or any other towns? I'm just wondering whether they are attached to large independent retirement villages and.
Can I speak to that for a second? I'm from the retirement village, Amberley Country Estate, and we've been told very clearly that it's most unlikely that we will have a croquet lawn put in. They are talking about a small bowling green, but even that won't probably be official size. So we've been pushing just in case, but it looks like we're not going to have the opportunity. We might get a little strip for a practice strip or something, but it's not going to be an alternative venue.
Dale Milne, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, sorry.
And Richard Riley.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Jamie for the Dale.
Yeah, just in the fullness of getting the correct information, we'll allow that to happen, but yeah, that's fine. Karen, question.
I just had a question, Jack. Thanks very much for coming along. I think I heard you say that you really would ideally need 4 lawns in order to run a competition. Is that right? You talked about 2 not really being enough.
No, you can play 8 players, it's doubling up on a lawn, so 16 players. So quite often, Kaiapoi has 24 in their small area at the moment, expanding.
Right, and so I think, supplementary if I may, I think what you're saying then is it's more about how many people can play at the same time and enjoy a game sort of with that camaraderie.
Yes.
It's not necessarily so much a formal, you can't host a formal competition because 2 grounds aren't enough or 2 lawns aren't enough.
Right, it would very much break a club up if you had staggered the times too much.
Oh, I
friends
see.
playing together.
Right, so 4, are you asking us then for 4 greens?
Yeah, it's viable.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I understand.
Okay, couple of questions, Tom and then Pauline.
I just wondered how many croquet lawns there are in Christchurch. You mentioned Cashmere.
About 14 clubs, I think, counting Agarara and Diamond Harbour, maybe.
But actually Christchurch City?
You take 3 or 4, bring your 5. So eight, maybe.
And how many, would they all have 4 lawns each?
Teshme has 5, at least, United and Pennington have at least 6. United maybe more. Yeah, they'll go through at least 4 years.
Happy with that, Con? Pauline, did you have anything?
Yeah, thanks. Thank you for coming along, Jack, and actually I just want to commend you publicly on the.
I must admit, I've got some Dorper as Wiltshire sheep for Pauline's, so we've got prior experience. They're going very well.
Anyway, she was on. I actually just wanted to commend you too on what you're providing in a private capacity. You know, while we're in this period of not having a public space. But a couple of questions. So you'll be aware that today we're going to talk about a plan that has been proposed by the steering committee and endorsed by the South Ward with 2. And so I hear that you're saying, you know, 4 would be fantastic for a club. Do you see that if we started with 2 and we allowed space to you know, to add on, or are you suggesting that actually straight out from the blocks we need to start with 4?
No, it'd be quite feasible to start with 2 and then as long as the area is there long term, preferably for 6.
Yeah. And subsequent to that, can I ask, and you may not wish to answer this, but so you've currently got 2 lawns that are on your own private property. Is there an intent to keep those lawns in play if and when the village green?
It's a grey area at the moment,
Okay.
but it could well side by side for a little while.
And I just have a third question, which is a little bit outside the box, I think, but I'm just thinking here. In regards to having lawns in a more public place or a club space, storage, is there a requirement for equipment to be stored?
The mower is the main one, a real mower. That could be shared with what I have at Courage at the moment, a lot of equipment, yes.
And any, is there any particular costs around maintenance?
Fuel and repairs on the mower is the main one.
Thank you.
A little bit of fertiliser.
That's great. Thanks so much, Jack.
Yeah, Robbie and then Vanessa. Thank you.
You are proud of the work that you and Jan have done. It's incredible with your own section, what you've done, you know, to get something off the ground. You've just got on with it. A couple of things. Pauline's asked one of them was whether you'd start with 2 and look to grow, and something like that I would imagine would involve us keeping a space, not planting a couple of oak trees in the middle of it or something, you know, keeping that space. Joining the dots forward, have you set up, you know, as far as fundraising or building that next stage, have you got like an incorporated society or something that you can apply for funds and things? Because that's going to be a big part of the equation. You know, I don't want to speak out of school, but I would have thought the oval's been prepared, the open sports oval has been prepared, and cricket's using that. You know, there may be a question as to how that's prepared. It's basically just a flat grass space, but someone's going to have to pay for that and do the work at some stage of the game. I know the cricket boys have paid for putting in the wicket in the middle of there, and would pay for the nets, and it'll be great to see you know, the softball or the general open space stuff. Or I'd love to see school sports being played on that oval. It'd be brilliant. Well, people on the embankment. But yeah, I'm just sort of thinking with you joining the dots forward from the time, say a spot was some pegs were put in the ground, and there you go. Have you got a bit of a plan of where it goes from there, or a bit of a timeline? Or
I'm thinking maybe 2 years.
Yeah. But stage 1 would be similar to the you've got to get a flat space.
Yes. From the first site being turned, it probably takes a year to set consolidate.
So I think there's conversations to be had there along the way.
Okay, well, good. Does it need to be fenced off? Would it need to, would it need a boundary fence, if you like, so that it's not used by general public outside of competition days, playing days?
Yes, a bulletproof boundary fence would be desirable. The planting can be a negative thing as well as a positive thing.
So it could be something like a small hedging around it or something like that. Is that what you're saying, or does it need to be a picket fence? Something.
Okay. Needing fences. Okay. Yes.
Okay. All right. Oh, you've got a question now. Okay.
Same question. Through the chair, Jack. I don't know whether you can answer this, but the mower that is used to keep the croquet lawn in peak condition, could it also be the same mower that's used to maintain the cricket?
I don't think so. No. Okay, lawns can be down to 5 mil sort of thing.
No, okay. I'm thinking of a shared implement shed, thinking of shared machinery, but thank you.
Okay. Final question.
Yeah, sorry, I'm just piggybacking on your question in regards to the fencing off of the area. I think I'm recalling correctly, is it Blenheim that theirs isn't fenced off? So
actually, Pollard Park and then you could drive and do wheelies on it. There's no gate even, which Stagger does.
That must be the one.
But that's
it's not ideal, like this.
No, that's the
right. Okay, it's not ideal.
Okay. Have you explored any questions or clarification for Jack? Thank you, Jack. Thank you for coming along. Thank you, Jan, and sorry I don't know your names, but thank you for your attendance. It's always good to hear and provide us with a little insight to the issues that we're sitting in front of us. And as you've heard me say already, we are here to do the very best we can for the community that we're serving. And this is, as elected members, that's what we're here for. So thank you very much for your time.
Thank you.
Good on. Councillors, I'm going to take us back now to page 62 in your agenda, and this is the Eastern Reserve, the Village Green Development Plan. Thanks, Dan.
Excuse me, 2 minutes, will I go?
Right, thanks, Dan. If I just hand it over to you, I know that you've done a lot of work with the working group to get us to this point. Like what we heard from Karen earlier, the halls issue in our small communities, that they're complex, and there is the art of trying to navigate through to get the best outcome, and I totally believe that that's what we are looking to achieve through this, and I know you've put a lot of energy into it, so I do appreciate that. But perhaps if you could just take us through the paper as to where we've come from, where we're at, where the options are, as you've laid out, and then we'll have a discussion around it. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I won't go through the background because I think everybody's very well aware of how we've got to where we are. But just recently in the South Ward Committee, they've appointed a working group, and that working group consists of Madam Mayor, councillors, South Ward Committee members, and some locals that are around the reserve, including Mr. Wayers that was just here talking about you. So interestingly enough, I received a letter yesterday written from one of the households that overlooks the reserve, and she's just moved in, and the letter was around not wanting to have a half basketball court right out front of her house, and because she'd seen it on our website saying that that's exactly what's going to happen. So I said, well, there's a paper coming to council today, and I sent it to the link to it, so she's had a look at that. But I think that we're getting to a point now where we've got to establish what the plan looks like, because we've still got on our website and still in people's minds, there's a whole raft of different things that's going to be going on. And what we want to try and do is put some plan together, which the working group have proposed, and the South Ward have mulled it over, and they've made a recommendation to council today. Now, what they've been cognizant of is the future and not knowing the future necessarily. So they've opted not to occupy the entire area of the reserve, but they have listened to the submissions that have been received through the reserve management plan and also the long-term plan. And part of that working group, they looked at the numbers, and born out of those numbers and their view was pretty much this plan. So it's been round the ringer a bit. I think lots of people have been involved with it. There's been lots of discussion, lots of compromise. But nonetheless, what I'll take you to straight to the plan itself. And what the working group have got to is essentially identifying the irrigated area, which you can see by the grey circle there. So that's the irrigation's pretty much gone in for that now. The lines have all been flushed, and that seemed to be up and running, and that stayed fenced off for a while. The other stages that have gone in, you'll see that the path is partly constructed. The bund has been reshaped, and there's a consent in for the toilets at the moment. So they're all things that you approved back in November. So the working group have got together, and what they're proposing is that the first things that need to be done is landscaping and establishment of the playground. And they're also very mindful, given the number of submissions they received, about the croquet. So there's no proposal at this stage to build the croquet as, I guess, the next stage. But there certainly is earmarking a piece of area on the reserve for croquet. Now, at the moment, you'll see in the picture, we had them established along the top edge. And in fact, Mr. Wayers plus others met on the reserve a couple of weeks ago, and they decided that the best actually place is where the red rectangle is. So that's what's been moved. So what the proposal is to address these in different stages. But on stage one, I have the utility shed. Now, the utility shed originally, what was going to power the irrigation was a kiosk. And a kiosk that's similar that you see to the main power that have on the side of the road holding their electrical equipment. But as we started to, well, once we received the tender back, we saw that the equipment to fit into that would need more cooling and more other bits and pieces. So we opted to go for a shed instead. So whilst I'm looking for approval, it's retrospective approval pretty much, that the utility shed's already underway. And that will house other things like, as mentioned a minute ago, more mowers and other pieces of equipment to keep the reserve and the irrigation running properly. Plantings is another priority. So as part of the working group, they asked if we could get a ring main put around. So there is now a pipe work that runs all the way around the perimeter path. So once we have established a working group to decide on the planting and how that might look, we're not too far away from being able to irrigate, have sustainable plantings. The other thing is the playground. So there is, I guess, a notion that it is a playground of some scale. There's been conversations around similar to West Melton and other areas of Selborne where they've got these large scale. But again, proposing to the working group is that they sit and consider and just think about what that playground looks like. So similarly, landscaping and playground.
So should we to Dan, I'm pretty conscious this working group, I hope it's got some 22-year-old mothers in it and some kids on it as well, because real important you've got these people on this working group and not us all us grey-headed fellas on it or women on it. Cause like yesterday I got tackled by a young guy that wants to come and find out what extra things we can be doing in Amberley, professional young. So, I just wanted to find this working group.
Oh, Madam Mayor, I think Jo Hassell's running the working group, and she's been quite adept at considering the right people, the right blend, which is why we've got some community members on there that were, had been quite vocal about how the reserve was being run. So I suspect that Jo will probably go and tap up some people to get the right balance. So I think those two, that's stage one, is to get those things done. And as it stands at the moment, we're probably looking about $250,000 of the original 905 that's available, which is certainly a plus from what we were originally estimating to be about 170,000. So the tender prices came in very, very favourable. So there has been a couple of variations on those, but mainly the shed. So yeah, about 250,000, of which will certainly go a long way to getting those plantings and the development framework underway. And then there are some later stages that we've got to think about. So a car park by the toilets and by the playground, croquet lawns, cricket nets, and also a car park along the edge of Double Corner Road. So these are all the sorts of things that the working group have been thinking about. As was just mentioned a minute ago, there's a whole range of different funding opportunities here. What I'm looking for is to establish what the plan is, so that then we can go and have a conversation about who's going to fund what. Because quite rightly, the cricket club are interested in supporting some aspects of it. There's been talk about local sponsorship by trees, and a vast array of different funding mechanisms for this whole process. So I want to establish the plan, and then the next thing to do would be to work with the South Ward to say how we're going to fund it.
Okay, thanks, Dan. I guess if I just kick off the questions around I just want to be certain in my mind. I mean, I'm not a planner, I don't understand the whole planning context, but have we got, is in this plan that we're looking at on page 65, is the parking plan, off-site parking, sufficiently adequate in our, when we consider the type of recreation that will be and is being proposed for Village Green? So I just want to be certain about that, because I'm really delighted with the conceptual thinking around the green space and the ability for cricket, the playground, and the croquet. It seems to be quite a compatible arrangement as far as assets that are going to meet the demographic of our communities. I'm happy with that, but I just want to make sure that we've considered and future-proof, I guess, the parking options or propositions. So I just need to be confident around that.
So sorry, is the question about the number of parks available?
Yeah, well, that's one of my questions. Have we got enough allocation of parking now and into the future?
Well, that's a difficult one, Madam Mayor, because we don't necessarily know exactly what the purpose of the entire place is going to be for. But well, there's 40 listed on there, but whether or not that's too many or too few, we don't know at this stage. What the working group was keen to do was not occupy too much of the reserve space as per the original concept plan of taking up the green space. So that's why the working group have suggested there. Now that might need to. What we're looking to do, the pathway that runs adjacent to the parking, we're going to step that in a little bit into the reserve. So if we do have to, if the parking does become an issue being as close to the road, is we can either double bank or we can create a wider space and do something different. So we are mindful of that, but I can't say for sure in the fullness of time if that's going to be enough parking.
Okay.
But it's an indication that we need parking.
Yeah.
And it needs to go somewhere, and the working group said, well, ideally, that's the place.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess what, you know, there's so many sensitivities around this whole project, and we just need to make sure that we're sitting within, or not having expectation lesser of ourselves than what we'd expect for other organisations to, you know, produce a new asset. So that's where my level of question's at. So if you feel confident, and there is a level of confidence within our planning, can accept that, but I just need to ask the question. Thank you, Hamish.
Yeah, I'll just note, Madam Mayor, that the parking that's proposed is not compliant with the district plan and will require restrictions.
Right, so we'll have to step through that process on this current planning framework.
There's a process to work through, because the parking tile site is road reserve.
Yeah, okay.
And, you know, there will be questions about backing out of those parking on the road.
Right, yeah. So, yeah. So I guess the question is that how high is that hurdle? How will that be managed?
Oh, our planners are very sympathetic to these things, Madam Chair, so, yeah, it's just a process that we'll have to work through.
Okay. And, yeah.
Madam Mayor, I don't see it as anything too, like I say, we're stepping that pathway in, so if we've got to step the cars in.
Yeah.
And then we can do that.
Okay.
We're affording ourselves the room now, so that the path goes in, and then if the croquet goes in for car parking, which will probably don't happen, but if it did, then the croquet is still far enough away on that alignment that the cars can park inside.
Okay, that's fine. I'm happy to, it's good to tease that out. I think it's important. So I've got a few hands up here, so I think I need to go to Pauline and Evans. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. I'm just looking for a bit of clarification around the parking, what Hamish just said about the district plan regulations and that there's a process. So is that process just sort that parking? Is that something that needs to preempt us moving to the next part of the plan?
No, I mean, you know, it's always chicken with all these situations. I mean, if you were to approve this as the plan, then we work through the resource consenting process, and if we can't easily gain resource consent, well, then we come back and saying the plan's got to change.
Okay.
Plan's just a plan.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, that's fine. Thank you. Happy with that?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I'm happy with that. Yeah.
Just the last submitter asking is about the croquet. Is there enough room there for, he said 4 fields or whatever?
Yeah, so essentially that red rectangle there would double and would eat into the space that the working group have intentionally left. But they might have intentionally left it for a purpose for croquet, I don't know. But it could double in size, but I would just say for a croquet lawn, I mean, you don't want anybody running across it. It's similar to a bowling green. They're fenced, and they're fenced for a reason. So that would be a large chunk of the area that would be taken out of recreational space.
So I'll just comment on that as well. So the area that isn't, and croquet, if you draw a straight line across, is about 1.2 hectares, and 4 croquet lawns take up about 3,300 square metres. So there's plenty of room.
Yeah.
And so about a third of the ground is still available, even if you take it.
Yeah, so that's quite cool. Yeah. Thanks, Dave.
Well, I worked out that croquet, 4 croquet lawns, and that was probably 0.5 of a hectare, but you've gone 0.4, so that's fine. Time to have some buildings and stuff like that. And again, I'm really struggling with the concept of 0.5 of a hectare for 23 people. So I'm struggling with that, struggling about where it is, because if I go down to Mosgiel or these big country estates and, you know, all these type of places, put the croquet lawns where the demographics are going to use it. And I'm thinking if I've got 0.5 of a hectare there, and can I have another 0.5 of a hectare? Half the dynamics of people in Amberley want a dog park. So that might be a hell of a better use of a thing, you know. And I know you don't want a dog park there, but I'm really struggling with the concept of croquet for 23 people. But it's not there at the moment, but I'm just saying that it's in the wrong place for the demographics of people.
I guess this is the working group membership of the community.
And that's why I asked who's on that working thing, because people of our age are better at submitting than the people that wanted to use this place in 3 or 4 years' time. So, you know. I don't see a lot of 22-year-old mothers or 23-year-old mothers ever coming to submit on anything, do I do see a lot of people walking around Amberley with dogs, and people always saying, I want a dog park. So is there room on the bringing of this plan for a dog park?
I'll let Vanessa answer that, and then I'm gonna come. And I could see you starting to bubble.
You're a blondie old person, not a grey-haired
Oh,
old
my
person.
lord.
Come on, can we bring it back, Vanessa? Thank you.
Chair, look, we have exhausted the idea of a dog park in this reserve. South Water has given it a definitive no. So we've put that to bed, right? Not all of us agreed on it, but we've put it to bed.
So why was that?
You come to South Water and you ask the councillors, the people around the table, what their reasoning is for that day. But moving on from that, I'm train of thought now. I did want to ask, whilst we are continuing to work on this project, do we have some security of knowing that the cricket have managed to, or are getting close to their funding?
Well, Madam Mayor, the cricket, in my opinion, I suppose, have done a wonderful job in a very short period of time of managing to secure enough funding to build the block, so the block's built.
Right.
They're amazing.
They have funded it.
Yeah.
Fantastic, thank you. And my next question is, what's the plan for the funding of the nets?
Oh, Madam Mayor, we're just looking at the plan at the moment, and then that'll be down to the South Ward to decide how that goes about.
Okay, thank you. And just one more supplement question. Thank you. The implement shed, I understand, is being funded by council, but it is going to be utilised by the cricket. Would it make sense, perhaps, for us to, at this point, look at creating a bigger space? If we are to look at getting the croquet on board, would it make sense to do that, or is that just something we'll look at down the line?
Madam Mayor, without knowing what all the requirements are for storage, I suspect it will be done further down the line. However, having said that, the shed, I mean, the primary purpose of the shed is to hold the electrical equipment. And it just so happens that it made sense to, if we were going to put a shed in, that we made it big enough to hold things like mowers and other cricket type stuff. So I would imagine, sorry, I forget his name, but the gentleman that was just talking about croquet, Jack, sorry. Yeah, Jack was after somewhere to store it. Well, I think he only mentioned a real mower. So you could get a real mower in the implement shed with a mower that the cricket would be used as well. But yeah, I don't see that necessarily as a problem.
I have one more quick one. Is that all right? This is a question for Hamish, actually. Hamish, looking at the croquet and possible funding options, would the Local Government Act and our DC policy allow us to fund the cricket or partially fund it with development contribution funds if it is an upgrade to an existing facility? Which
So to build croquet lawns on that reserve?
yes.
Yep.
But I thought that would we be against policy if we were to use those funds for an existing facility or an upgrade rather than?
So the facility doesn't exist at the moment, we'd be building the facility.
But we would be essentially shifting it from A to B. It would be an upgrade to an existing facility, would it not? Much like the cricket.
No. I mean, we use development contributions for cricket,
Which is an existing facility.
which used to be down at the other domain, now it's shifting with that reserve. Yeah, no, there's no prohibition. I mean, so those development contributions have to be used for development on that reserve. There's no prohibition as to how they utilize in that regard.
I think I've got Karen and then Ross have got questions. Thanks, Karen. And
Thanks
Tom.
very much.
Thank you.
Madam Mayor, yes, so I had a couple of questions. The first is, and this is not my field, so I'm just asking the question, top of page 63, you've mentioned the bull down relation to the bore and water take and so on. At one stage, I seem to recall that we we may not, there was a question about whether there would be sufficient water to take care of amenity planting. And I see on your map, I think it's number 19, it says, oh, this is where the irrigation ends, which is almost in the middle. So the plan shows planting to, I'm thinking that's the southeast corner, and also on the west side for amenity plantings. Is there sufficient water for all of the plantings that we see on this map, and perhaps some more that are yet to be developed?
Well, Madam Mayor, as I mentioned, we need to come up with a landscaping plan. These trees on here are just an indication. The South Ward Working Group were quite keen on forming a plan of the landscaping or the plantings. As to whether or not there's enough water, the bore is over the top of an aquifer that's designated on the aquifer maps. There's lots of proceed, just the other side of Dublin Corner Road, they need water for all their plants to grow, and they're on a bore. There are lots of other properties up and down Amberley Beach Road that were also on the bore. So I don't see any issues with the amount of water we can get. I mean, the irrigation, as I said in November, the irrigation is expected to run for 10 hours. And then once the irrigation has been completed, then it will just automatically switch over to provide drippers on the landscaping, whatever that might look like.
Okay. Thank you for that, Dan, that's really helpful. Just some of these questions I've had in my mind, I wanted to make sure that they were all good for your plan. The other thing is, I was thinking about the meeting that we had at Glenmark when we discussed this plan, I think, council meeting. And I, at that time, had very much a kind of a 50-50, 50% cricket, 50% other sports and recreation in my mind. And I think, Hamish, you've just said it's more like 2/3 to cricket now, maybe in 1/3 across the rest of it. But I was concerned to hear one of our submitters this morning, I think it was this afternoon, I think it was John, saying that actually the camber with the inverted saucer, which I've heard about from Hamish, means that what I was thinking would be a flat ground and only the cricket block will be out of bounds, sort of thing, that actually the shape of the ground means that it's not really going to be suitable for sports. Can you just explain to me, if I look at your map on page 65, I see the cricket block there. How far out does that inverted saucer or that camber come? And you'll forgive me, I haven't been there recently, so I'm not sure.
If I just talk about the camber itself, so the whole site, whilst it looks like it's a defined circle, there's no perceived, it's all blended. So you'll be able to go there and you'll probably stand on the wicket block and you'll probably feel like you're a little bit higher than the rest of it, but when you're actually out on the rest of it, you won't see any definite ring of camber start and stop. It will just be blended into the existing reserve.
So just to further supplementary question then, if I'm looking at your red square and I'm looking at where the 19 is, if you like, I mean, I'm thinking about hockey that I used to play and some of those other sports. It feels to me like even if we preserved the cricket block and made sure that that wasn't used for anything else, there's not really going to be enough space in there for another full field of anything.
Well, Madam Mayor, that's a difficult one to answer, given that I don't know what sport might be played on it. Ideally, we probably wouldn't want someone running around on that irrigated area with sprigs and trying to turn it up in the middle of winter.
Okay, so that answers my question, I guess.
But it's there as a recreational space for people to charge around on and enjoy the space.
Okay.
But having said that, I mean, that's open to the working group, South Ward and Council to decide what the next steps are about what goes in that space.
Thank you, Hamish.
So Madam Mayor, if anybody watched the Chiefs game the other night, they played at Bay Oval in Tauranga, and you could clearly see the cricket block in the middle of the rugby field. So they're playing rugby with sprigs on, big men, And they were running over the cricket block because it's about how much effort you're prepared to put in to rehabilitate the cricket block and the cricket ground after those sorts of things. So you could plonk a sports field right there. It's about how much you're prepared to put in. Just on the trees issue. I mean, it depends what sort of trees you plant. If you're going to create a mangrove swamp, you're going to need a hell of a lot more water than if you planted some pine trees around there. So you know, it really comes down to what you plant and how much water. It's about choosing trees that are appropriate. We live in North Canterbury. We need trees that can withstand the dry. Also, with the amount of water available, find on a lot of cricket fields, they don't have enough water for the outfield in the middle of summer. They want it relatively hard and fast anyway. And so they don't water it heavily during the middle of summer when the trees are in their peak demand for water. So there's a balancing act with water as well. It's not like we're grazing dairy cows on it and we need peak grass growth at all times.
I think now I am an expert on irrigation where I'm not an engineer.
Hang on, we'll just keep to the topic.
Yeah, well, no, I am.
Yeah, okay, well, I've got some other questions, but yeah, let me go to Ross, and I'll go to Tom, and I'll come back to you, Dave.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Look, I look at this, look, I'm a West Ward councillor. So I'm looking at this from a slightly different perspective than the councillors that are their patch. But I look at it and I go, look, we've just had a delegation here that's gonna potentially take out half a hectare with croquet that's solely for croquet. Solely for croquet. And there's been this issue of cricket being solely for cricket. Well, it's not. That middle patches. So I could go on for quite a while, but I'm not. Because I look at the officer recommendation and I look at that and I go, if I read it, with some latitude for the South Ward Committee to adjust sizes or locations within reasons. And to me, that is where it should sit, with the South Ward. Now, we can be here all afternoon and still be arguing about what goes where. And to me, that is not our delegation. If we pass this officer recommendation, to me, that's where it sits. Because the South Ward Committee, it should be there. It's not for me to decide what goes where, it's for them to decide. And the councillors that sit on there, you can chew the fat as much as you want to win on, but not here today. I believe it's not, if we pass this officer recommendation, to me that covers all the bases. It goes back to your community to decide, not this silly West Ward councillor that has an opinion on where things should go. It's for you to decide. And the second part of that is that the council allows the South Ward Committee the ability to spend any remaining funds within the bounds of this plan. Rightly so. Look, to me, I would put that motion there and get on with business because to me the delegations sit where they should. Not for me as a Westie. And I'll move that when anyone's ready, but I don't want to be sitting here another hour still talking about what goes where. We don't need to do that now.
Rightio.
Thank you.
I'll come back to you in a minute, Ross. I just need to hear from Tom, Dave. Oh, then there's three. You've got their goats up. I've got Pauline and Vanessa and Robbie, and I'll never remember that order, but I'm going to start with you, Tom. But I do want to wrap this up. We have spent an enormous amount of time on this, and it is, I think, the intent of the application of the green space that's okay with me as well. Tom.
Ross, you've just put it absolutely perfectly, and my points about exclusivity and not being able to use it by other people and fencing it off and gating it off and making it an exclusive club are totally and utterly irrelevant. I'd like to second Ross's.
Yeah, thanks. Can I come back to you in a minute? I'll just explore and then I want to get on with it. Thanks, Dave.
I agree and disagree with what Ross and Tom are saying, because as a West Ward councillor, my professional service providers and my employees and people in the believe that I rely on are in my ear about what they need in our community. To have my local vet, my vet son who's 16, wanting to ring me up, and his reasoning for that is to make it a viable place in Amberley to want to live. So it is important that we actually care what's happening in my service town. So just like Hamley is important to me, Hamley is important to me because it is my service town. So, yeah, so, and I agree, get on and do it, and all I'm just trying to make the point is croquet, watering of the plants, that should be the priority before the watering of the grass. And I know the watering of the plants is going to take no water if you're watering a field. You not even know you're watering it, so it's quite simple.
Good on you. Thank you. Who did I go to next? Pauline, thank you. Vanessa and Robbie.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Mayor. I was just going to come back to the plan actually, and I still am going to. I'm really comfortable with the plan that's in front of us because I was on that steering group, and Dan re-provided us with all the numbers for every submission that was received on the Eastern Reserve. Or Village Green, sorry, because we've renamed it. And we had those up on the board and we went, right, what's on top? So I'm really happy with this. I just had a couple of questions, and if this is not the right time for it, given what's been said, that's cool. And I know the Eastern Reserve Village Green well, because I've been there lots and lots of times, but I'm terrible with scale. With this croquet issue, and let's be honest, if we pass the officer recommendation, the South Ward people can make an adjustment to size anyway, but can you just tell me, Hamish, is that red square to scale for the two lawns at 32 by 25, or is there room for 4 along the double corner road boundary? And you might not be able to tell me that, and I might have to go and measure it or something, but I'm just... So I think this is the right place for croquet. They don't have a home. It came through really strongly. We've got a growing club. We want it to be public. So yeah.
I did a quick measure of the mat, and I believe that you can squeeze in 4 down that double corner road, boundary 4 in a row. But I don't know whether that's your preference to have it in a row like that, in a block. So I don't know a lot about, and I don't know about the orientation of them. Certainly if you put them the way the original one's drawn, and then you'd easily fit 4 down there because you're at the 26.5. But I don't know about orientation.
Thank you.
I think to be fair, the working group discussion was actually just not to have the croquet up against the boundary fences of that housing of Plover. So if the orientation needed to shift along, but come more in a rectangle out, but further down, probably meet that provision anyway. So, Vanessa.
Through the chair, Councillor Barnes is correct in saying that it's up to the community to decide, which is why we consulted, which is why they submitted, and it's why they decided. And on that basis, I think it's really important that we show intent to those submissions finally, and we make an allowance for 4 croquet lawns in this plan to show the community and the croquet community that we have very clear intent and that we are listening to them. If we are to do that, I'm very happy to support the officer recommendation on that basis.
Good. Great, thank you. Final comment, Robbie, and then Fiona. Thank you.
Yeah, look, first thing that I say is looking at that map, anyone's driven around there this morning,
Yeah.
the area that they've flattened off and planted grass the only last week is a mat of green at the moment. The place looks $1 million.
It does.
If we come back in a year's time, 2 years' time, it'll be something spectacular. What we're looking at there, apart from this little square here, that's a big park. The South Ward took quite a bit of discussion around what that circle means. It's irrigated. That doesn't mean there's a minefield, no one else can go within that circle. This is an open park area where, as I say, I'd love to see the school athletics or something down there. But this is coming together now, and we've gone through a hell of a process. The area that's marked off for the croquet, that could be moved into the corner, but that area looks to me like it includes the 2 courts and the trees and sort of a courtyard area in between. So the bottom line is it'll fit whether or not they start with 2 and we leave them space for another 2. That's a South Ward decision, exactly as you're saying, Ross. So the things that I want to be clear on, In the officer's recommendation, we talk around going to, because it covers everything, we can adjust it within reason and the money, it's all absolutely fine. Whether or not we use the term South Ward Committee, that's only going to be there for a matter of months more, that's maybe something to think about. The biggest thing for me, because I think we've all been worn out while this along the way, is once we've gone through this process and we okay that, I see the engagement, the third thing down is what we're going to do is future engagement is required. We're going to inform the community. And that's the biggest thing out of this. As soon as we get something like this map out to them and we say, here we go, we've heard you, this is what's happening. This is what we've spent so far, because I've had an absolute gutsful of reading some of the absolute tripe on Facebook about how much we're supposedly spent, that we're deceiving the community. And I've just had it to the back teeth with that. We haven't spent $1 million on a cricket pitch. So as soon as we can get this out and get a clear story out there as where it's at, what's happening, then some of this other rubbish will perhaps fade away. And in another year's time, we'll have this magnificent setup out there and wonder what all the fuss was about. So I'm right behind Ross and Tom, and I'm ready to go.
Okay, thank you. I just need to hear from Fiona, and then I'm going to ask Ross and Tom to see whether they're comfortable around the resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Really looking for a wee bit of clarification, because we have the development of the area. The delegation had come back to council to make final decisions. So nothing in this has taken that delegation away, although you've got a working group and you're giving them some parameters to work within, and outside of those parameters it will come back to council. Is that correct?
At the stage here, council has never delegated decisions on this reserve to any other group. The delegation has always sat with council, so it will continue to sit with council, but it may be in the new triennium that those delegations are reconsidered once the South Ward community boards are being running.
That's fine, because I just wanted to understand that. And the other thing I wanted to comment on was just that because it has been such a torturous process with a whole host of this plan, that plan, another plan, I just want us to be sure when this plan comes out that we've got it right, and that and part of that is the assurance of actually the car parking, because if we find it significantly more expensive to do something else and that changes it all again and we're back to square one, I understand it's a wee bit chicken and egg, but it's worthwhile taking any extra time that might be needed to clarify those types of things to ensure that this is a plan. I'm happy. I think it's been a good discussion, but I absolutely agree. We need to be moving forward, so we don't all our hair doesn't fall out before we get it started or finished. But we do want some surety there.
So I guess what you're seeking assurance of is that have we got sufficient understanding in regard to the car parking, if this current plan is the confirmed plan, and what it would mean to change this plan, if it needed to be altered, if we needed to resource consent to add more car parking. So I think that's what I'm hearing you say, so I need to get some clarification on that.
As I said before, the plan's a plan. And the plan at the moment is to get a resource consent to put the car parking out on the street. If we can't get that for whatever reason, or it's too difficult, or there's some other issues arise, then we'll have to look at how we address car parking, and that will require a rejig of the plan.
And as long as that's clear, we put that in there. This is what we hope, this is what we're planning to do, but you'll be back to the drawing board a bit if we can't afford a resource consent. So, because people have been really angry about there's a line here in it, and you said, so I think you're making really positive progress and you've come down to this point, but if we can make sure and everybody will support it, I guess that that is the plan within those matters.
But just to Robbie, to your point, when you talk about South Ward Committee wording of the recommendation, or the South Ward Community Board post the election, we've just heard Hamish also talk about the delegations will come to those committees, and it will reflect that as well post-election. So I'm comfortable that for the here and now, we're talking about South Ward. And that's the context of this, the discussion, but thank you for bringing that up. Okay. Last card, okay?
Through the chair, would just like to highlight to the councillors that whilst it may look like a minor detail, the placements of the nets have been an issue for the residents who will be living next to them. I raised this in our last South Ward committee meeting, to be told there's nowhere else we can have them, and that these people knew that they were going to be there when they bought their houses. I will be voting against this plan today unless we have a discussion about the realistic option of moving the nets. I don't believe they need to be there. We need to consider that the nets can actually be used every day, every year of the day, year round. And also add to that it's been confirmed that the nets are stage 2. So there doesn't need to be today a definite confirmation of replacement.
It's interesting, I actually took photographs of some cricket nets when we were watching a game of rugby at Springfield about 3 weeks ago. And they're relatively obscure, you see through them, you know, I mean, they're not a structure that actually physically takes up all your visual, you know, you see through them, they're not, yeah, that would be just, that's an opinion, I guess. I'm ready to make some progress. I mean, I'm not sure whether the nets, I'm not sure have any, you know, from other councillors, but, you know, certainly we've heard it raised. Pauline, I do want to move on, but is there something you'd like to add? That
I was just going to just question in regards to the motion that's on the table.
Yeah.
What? Oh, okay, well, that may be on the table, that if the South Ward Committee has the ability to adjust sizes or locations, would that allay your concerns in regards to that location?
No, through the chair, it wouldn't, because we actually did raise this as South Ward, and it was on the basis of it essentially coming to us as full council. If the needs haven't been decided on, then why have we even got them in the plan? Why don't we just move them off? Because that's obviously up for a conversation later on down the road with when we talk about stage 2.
Thank you, Ross.
Sorry, Vanessa, I'm just trying to get clarity here, is that if the South Ward or the community board or the community can't decide on where things go, then it's up, you're happy to send it to us as a council to make that decision. Okay.
Are we ready to move on?
I'm happy to move the motion, but I really think it should be a South Ward member that really moves it, but I'll move it just because I've said my piece. I think it's clear here, there's plenty of latitude to adjust sizes or locations within reason. So to me, that gives the local community that say, so I'm really happy with how it's written.
Yeah, okay.
To move that.
Are you going to say you're going to move it instead?
What I'm going to say is it's a South Ward decision, and I abstain because I've made the decision on one of the croquet courts and all that, but I think that's daft, so I just best not to vote. That's just my opinion.
Okay. Rightio, I'm going to ask if you're happy to move it, Ross. I'm just, you know, so Ross, you've moved the officer recommendation as written on page 62, and with thoughtful consideration of the input of your fellow councillors and the understanding of South Ward. Tom, you're willing to support that motion?
Yes, as written.
As written, thank you. Is there any further discussion on this item? That's the case. I'm going to put this motion, all in agreement to this, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against? Those abstentions? The motion is carried. Thank you, Dan. I'm going to propose that we've still got some items to work through. I'm going to propose that we have a 10-minute break for afternoon tea. We need to get back here and complete our order of business. So we'll be adjourned until 525, 3. Um, 7.3, 7.6, information items, we should be able to get through these without relative conflict. And then to seek the support around the public excluded information as well. So we'll just work through these, and we'll just monitor our time frame. I'm looking to perhaps go through to about 5 tonight, but we'll see how we go if we can get through that. Thank you. Bearing in mind you've got a wash up day set in your diaries for tomorrow, and we have got workshop at 9:30. So yeah, so okay, we'll continue. Thank you, councillors. So if I can ask you to turn your mind to page 112, which is the employment request. Thank you, Graham. These are your reports. So
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Yes, just the usual table of requests here. It's just number 5 was actually applied to today by our DLC team. Saw an email before, so that's closed off. There is a couple of corrections. 6 and 9 were actually replied to on the 24th of April, not the 23rd, so they're just typos there. But otherwise, number 3 is still in progress. That's probably work, so our IT people are just kind of working through the system and how to provide that information in an easy process. But I'm just happy to take questions over the
wonderful. Thank you, Graham, for that question. Perhaps we'll start with you, Ross.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Graham, just regarding item 9, this is really an issue that, because the standards are a wee bit different in Mount Life and other areas, but my understanding is people can just talk to a building officer and get that information. They wouldn't need to make an official information request necessarily. So I'm surprised that it comes here, but can they not just bring the building team and say, what are the?
Yes, Madam, that's correct. And in fact, the response was referring them to publicly available information on the website, the building standards and the planning information. But it comes through as a request and gets processed. And then you just pass it on. But yeah, they could easily have just called someone, duty planning officer or duty building officer, and got that information.
Yeah.
Yes, because as you know, our organisation is all about providing information. It's just sometimes when people refer to it as a requirement request, it comes through the team. But yeah, they could have easily just got that information from
Yeah, and I have to say that they perhaps don't find it that easy sometimes because they know there's been a plan change, and to find that information themselves, which is the logical way to do it, they find it hard to find that information on any council site. So then they either come to someone up there, e.g. me, or they ring council staff and get it through that way. But if it was easy to find that plan change regarding Mount Lyford on the website, that would help. Thank you.
Any further questions of Graham? In case you're happy to move, Fiona.
Yeah.
Secondly. Thank you, Karen. All in agreement to that receipt of information, please say aye.
Aye.
Okay, that's carried. Thank you. Hamish, if you would like to take us through the monthly performance report, please.
Madam Mayor, I'm happy to report that all performance measures
conclusion.
Is there any other questions? I'll take that, thank you, Pauline, I'll have a seconder. Thank you, Fiona. All in agreement with that, please say aye. Aye. Against, that's carried, thank you. So this is the youth council update. Okay, well, I'd ask you to provide us an update on that, thank you.
Yeah, just looking at it now. No, what happened last time, really, at the last youth council? Just read it and ask any questions. Just been set up.
Right, thank you. Is there any questions for that? Do you want to move that? We received that information, Dave?
Yeah, move that.
Thank you. Do you have a seconder? Thank you, Vince. All in agreement, that please say aye. Aye. Those against, that's carried. Thank you. Fiona, we've got the Audit and Risk Committee update. If there's anything there that you'd like to identify.
And look, again, I'll take it as read, but I would just like to comment with our health and safety report that we've updated some of our reporting on that, and we're actually collecting data on some multiple graphs. I'm really pleased to see that they've gone from just they're putting a lot more effort in rather than just reporting. They're looking at investigating, following it through, finding solutions. So it's definitely become quite proactive, and I think if anybody's interested to see the graphs, you'll find them in the Audit and Risk Committee's agendas. So that I guess is a bit of a highlight, really. It's coming through strongly.
Thank you. Any other comments or?
I move that information be accepted.
Thank you, Karen. All in agreement that we receive that information, please say aye. Carried, thank you. And last but by no means least, Robbie, the Operations Committee update. Highlights for you in this full report.
Yes, you can take it as read. I will pick out some highlights because there are some good ones. In particular, around Hurunui number one, everything seems to be honky-dory there. And the biggest thing is after 10 years, a permanent boil water notice has now been lifted. So a lot of happy people up there. Our wheelie diggers, our wheelie lorries, are out there doing the thing. The two contractors have been awarded section to look after each, so that's going to be good to follow. Rotherham Road, some short-term upheaval there, is now reported a good result, and the finished product seems to be well received. A big tip to Dan and Charlie and their team for the funding submission. This is 580 grand extra funding applications being put in, and I think we're optimistic that we'll be successful in some point there. That's money over and above anything else, so that if we can get some of that, that's a real bonus. Last point, second last point. Number 35, waste contract is currently open and will close on the 24th of April. It's not probably the right time, but I just wondered that we've got some applications in. Yes, was the answer to that. And lastly, Stanton Road, we looked at some of the structure that's been put in there now. It's a sort of weir pipe system which controls the levels of the water at different times. Yeah, work there is underway. Any questions? I'll pass you to Ross.
That's wonderful, thank you, Robbie, I really appreciate that. Is there any questions? No, do I, Robbie's happy to move that we receive that information. Thank you, Robbie. Second, Vince. All in agreement to that, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, that motion is carried. Thank you. I really just want to thank you for your contributions today. You know, we've had 2 or 3 papers that have been taken a little bit of time to sort of unpeel it and understand, but I think that we got to a really favourable position for not only ourselves as individuals, but actually for our council as a collective and our community as an as a whole. So I just really want to thank you all for your contributions today. It's really valuable that we can test each other's assumptions with clarity of mind and with the respect that actually we state every council meeting in our affirmation. So I just want to acknowledge you all for that. So thank you. But our business is not done yet, guys. We've got a wee bit of time to go through to get through the business of today. And you will have all read the items that are considered under public excluded. And I trust that you will support the intention to be in public excluded and the reasons for doing so. And so if that being the case, can I ask for someone to move us into PU? Thank you, Vanessa. Thank you, Karen. So we'll just take a minute to get the techno. Techno's right. I'll pass a motion. Oh, sorry. All in agreement with that, please say aye. Aye. Against? Only an hour away.